Perfect. All right. Seems to be working. How have you been, people? How have you been? Hang on a sec. And there we go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What a pleasure to be with all of you once again. Day number 3 of analysis of DungeonSiege 3. Remember, we are playing one of Obsidian's most beleaguered treasures, that's for sure. A game that has been criticized all over the place. Basically, not only the gaming press, but also pretty much all users didn't like this game back in the day during the 7th generation back in 2011. Perfect, that's it. We just need to launch the game. So yeah, pretty much an extremely beleaguered and forgotten game here that we're playing. So just so you have a little recap, this is our third day. This will be our third day of analysis. And basically, we've already gone through the intro, the basic gameplay, combat mechanics, skill tree, the graphics. We've also analyzed them. We still need to take a look at the artificial intelligence. However, last time we could see that the game has a companion system, as you can see here. This is Anjali. Here, I present her to you. And basically, we did the complete side quest of Gunderic Manor right here. And yeah, pretty much, just so you have a little recap of what we did. This side quest line was pretty huge, pretty huge, so I highly recommend you watch the previous part of the walkthrough in case you're interested. So yes, pretty much we cleared this whole place, and yeah, we managed to access our second row of talents for the skill tree. So yeah, pretty much we expanded a bit in terms of the analysis a bit in terms of the gameplay mechanics and the combat system. As for the rest, we could see the structure of the side quest system that the game has, which pretty much we still have to. This is the thing. Decide what to do with the heart. Alice Gunderic's soul can only be freed by destroying the heart of Nagog, but we could see that pretty much I don't know how to complete this quest because I don't want to destroy the heart. So we'll begin with this other side quest. Remember, the one in which we have to rescue Niku. Pretty much, he's kind of like the husband of a woman over at Raven's Rill that asked us to save him because he was no warrior or whatever. Right, so we need to save him, and I want to see if we can finish that quest. I don't know where to turn in that quest, but well, pretty much just so we have a small recap. In part 1 of the intro, in part 2 we did the side quest of Gunderic Manor. In part 1 we did a lot of side quests, but they were extremely short. Nothing to do with the one that we did last time. I highly recommend you watch the previous part of the walkthrough because it was The Witcher 3's level of quality in terms of that side quest. And as for the rest, the skill tree, the graphics, of course, we analyzed the graphics. The 3D sound system, we did that in part 1. In terms of the graphics and the presentation and the aesthetic presentation of the game, as you can see, it's extremely polished. It's extremely refined. So yeah, pretty much. Another thing that we analyzed so far. Remember, these are all partial analysis that we do until we get to the final analysis. But yeah, pretty much. The economy in this game is extremely well done, because you cannot kind of like be millionaire in just like you would in Diablo, or I don't know, in Titan Quest. You cannot become a millionaire in a matter of I don't know, 6 hours of gameplay. Precisely, we have 6 hours of gameplay, and pretty much in 6 hours of gameplay, either in Diablo 3, for example, or Diablo 2, you can pretty much buy anything. And the idea in those games is that items, the most powerful items, are pretty much looted from bosses, so shops are pretty much left out of the equation. So the economy of this game is extremely different. Hey, look at that. It's extremely different. Hey, let me remove the cursor here, the mouse pointer, because Chaos Vampire 32, but it removes my will, so it'll make my abilities a bit weaker. This one, well, a lot weaker. But yeah, I like attack DPS a bit much more. My ability DPS is already way too low, but well. Chaos Vampire and Chaos Withering. I wonder what those two special types of damage do. But well, I'll trust those special thingies. Otherwise, we can always use this other one. The one that I was using was this one. But yeah, this one is kind of like 20 attack. Yeah, this one is 32 attack. Wow, that's a lot. And agility. Chaos Withering. Well, we'll see what those Chaos thingies do. Hey, look at that. The animation changed. Looks pretty good. At least it has a nice glow to it, that cube. I wonder what Chaos and Withering are. Okay, I think it was Vampire or something, I don't know. Do they drain life? Enemy life? This is weird. Either I dodged all of the attacks perfectly, or one of those properties make... Yeah, we've already done the side quest. So yeah, pretty much that's all that we've analyzed so far. Enemies respawn, as you can see, that's an extremely positive thing in terms of the replay value, the 3D sound, and what else? What else we got? Ah, yeah, the main core issue, of course. I'm talking about the controls. The controls are pretty much the most controversial and core. Why am I getting healed? I didn't trigger my heal. That's weird. Don't tell me one of those properties. Don't tell me one of those properties. Uh, I think one of them kind of like convert. They. All right, this is all done. Don't tell me we are meant to destroy the heart. Decide what to do. Yeah, but how do I finish the start the DLC? After you have reclaimed the chapter house for the Legion. Spire? What? Yeah, we need to keep an eye out for the DLC, alright? Okay, we can head into chapter 2, I guess, because that side quest is over at chapter 2. Okay, we need to return to the chapter house, and then through here. First, let me check if I can access the DLC. Because we need to keep an eye out for it, otherwise... See, for example, this, you can see the vegetation outside. It's pretty well polished. It's extremely polished. Can I access the causeway? No, not yet. I need to talk to someone called Oswald or whatever to access the DLC, but I cannot see him. Let's see what Martin and Odo have to say.
I'm feeling steadier on my feet, but Odo says I need more rest.
And here it's the same. I cannot talk to Odo because we haven't progressed through the story mode. Okay. Okay, pretty much. So well. This bookshelf contains hundreds of genealogies. Nearly all the great families of the Legion are represented here, and each book is marked the family's coat of arms. 3 volumes appear to be missing from the shelf. Of all of the desert peoples, the Loskanzi are best known to the Kingdom of Ebb. They are a wandering race, driven from their ancestral homeland centuries ago. In the intervening years, they have spread across the Aranoid Desert and its surrounding nations, earning coin as itinerant peddlers, storytellers, and mercenaries. Loskanzi are a mongrel people, intentionally mixing their bloodline with as many other tribes and clans as they can. Their women are known to seduce the most attractive and intelligent foreign men, hoping to enrich the bloodline of their people. They also borrow freely from the customs, clothing, and technologies of other cultures. It is believed that Loskanzi blood flows in the veins of most Cannoneers throughout the Rook'n'Ball. Most Loskanzi worship a pair of deities called the Dark Sister and the Faithful Hound. These two entities have many proper names, but the recurring image of a darkly beautiful woman and her devoted mastiff is common across all the clans. We didn't read any of these in the first part of the walkthrough. In ancient days, Legion mages built the causeways to allow quick passage. One per novice through Legion are permitted to enter the causeway. Ability to open and close the gate. The art of fabricating guns is thought in an Empire of Star. Yeah, we read this one, I think. Solution of the Empire. Then one at a time. Backwater. Versus after another word. Yeah, this one we read that one, I think. No, because we gained the lore. Okay. South of the Green Range lies a thickly forested valley. Royal cartographers refer to this region as the Rook'n'Ball. I think we read this one as well. No. Yeah, I think we read them, but kind of like in the previous brooding. It is people are simpler, superstitious folk. Yeah. I think I read it, but kind of like a different description. They are kind of like volumes. Our religion was founded in the Empire of Stars. nearly 1400 years ago. This one we didn't read. On the far side of the Aranoid Desert. At the time, the Empire was racked by civil war. The Emperor had been murdered, and the commander of the 3rd Legion, remember we are currently the 10th, had usurped the throne, while the Heartland was ravaged by goblins and barbarians. 3 friends were encamped upon the barren plain of Tears when they shared a vision of a radiant child with golden hair and piercing eyes. He told them to go forth and gather a company of heroes from all the nations and tribes of the Empire, and they would know the worth of each hero by a simple test. Any man or woman who shared their vision of a radiant youth would be admitted to their fellowship, while those who did not see the child would be turned aside. And when the founders assembled their host, they numbered more than 1,000, and they rode against the usurpers of the 3rd Legion, and drove them from the Imperial City. Thus was the 10th Legion born. Okay. Yeah, remember that the lore, as I always say, the lore of this game is kind of like tightly connected. I think we couldn't read those books previously. They kind of like gradually unlock. Remember that the lore of this game is closely connected to previous entries of the franchise. As I was mentioning, kind of like a lot of the events that are described in the books, you can experience them. We're gonna be attacked by spiders, right? Or what? Yep. Well, not like the first time, but not like first time, but hey, they drop a lot for generator of protection. What's that? Over there. Good. Good. Nice. That was pretty good. And we move through here. Alright. Chapter 2, people. Chapter 2. The East Forest. Alright. We are leaving the Rookenbowl, people. We begin our journey through the East Forest. This dead man fell victim to the spiders. His corpse is only a few months old, and he clutches a note in his hand. Emaus, or however that is pronounced. Emaus. Or Emaus, but I would say Emaus. I've heard rumors of a treasure room in the old Legion chapter house. They were trying to barge into our home. My source tells me that it's hidden behind a large bookcase on the upper floor. Yeah, it's locked. I just tried to open it. If all the genealogies are returned to the shelves, a secret door will open and the treasure will be yours. Just don't forget who tipped you off. I expect my share of the loot. Your old chum, Andre. Ah. So if I complete find the Gunderic and Montbaron genealogy, the Manx genealogy, and then of course Lord Game Thieves. Alright, we need to complete the 3 missing genealogies of the 10th Legion in order to access that secret room. Yeah, I think I get healed as they suffer damage from my abilities, not from my normal attacks, people. But yes, definitely. My abilities... Let's see if with this one works. Yes! So that's Withering, or Vampiric, or whatever. Which one was it? Sorry. But I need to know this. Chaos Withering, Chaos Vampire. It's probably the second one. Yeah. Chaos Vampire 26. It's... My abilities are actually healing me as they deal damage. That's pretty OP in comparison to what we've been able to do up until now. Combat has ended. Ah, that one. That's right. Come over here if you dare. Good. I can see a tendency that this game loves golden colors, golden variations of yellow. Perfect. But let me move. Nice. Shit. There's the I was turning my head over here because there was a goddamn butterfly outside that was trying to get in here. And I live in the middle of a capital city of Argentina, so imagine I'm living in the middle of a big city. Imagine that. How did this little guy got over here? I don't know. But well. Okay. Um. 2 more seconds. This one is a no-brainer for now. Well, as you can see, this is what I've been telling you about the skill tree and the overall economy of the game. I had to spend my first 5 talent points on numismatics to kind of like double, because it would be 100% extra money, to double the amount of money that I get from piles of coins. Because selling, generally, most isometric action, and now will increase the will, which increases the damage of my abilities. Yeah, I'll go for Ignite. I'll go, confirm. Oh. And Radiant Will, right? Generate life when she takes damage. Yeah, this one. For now, this one. Good. Alright, I guess now I can save. Perfect. I think it was this one. West Forest, East Forest. Okay. Yeah, the good thing about this game is that the map is already explored, kind of like, and it's extremely kind of like straightforward, kind of like you. It's a corridor. The game's a corridor. I don't think that's inherently bad, honestly. I love the graphical effects, that's for sure. That's for sure. The graphical presentation of this game is amazing. Definitely amazing. The soundtrack, I also like it. Kind of like each area has its own soundtrack. I've noticed that here it's different from Gunderic Manor and the West Forest. Ooh. I love how you recover your mana by using your basic attacks. It's a, it's a totally different formula when compared to things like Diablo 3 or I don't know, Titan Quest or Torchlight. They tried to go for a pretty unique formula, that's for sure. Let me move here. Good. In terms of the artificial intelligence, I have to say that it's good that it's pretty good that the fact that your companion loots money for you. They should add that to pretty much all isometric action RPG games. So the game does feature a companion system, and it's actually useful because they can revive you, and you can revive them. So good. And right, the quest is over there. The side quest, I mean. Then we have the main quest that we need to complete. Nice touch, adding those butterflies as particles, just like they added the leaves from the falling trees. Pretty good. Oof, that's a lot of damage. I'm not even using my heal. Now I'm using my heal, as you can see. So, my abilities heal me with this withering property or the vampire property. Yeah, because it's 26, it's the vampire property. Because I'm healing for 26. So, vampire means that every second that all of the damage that I deal with my abilities, not with my basic attacks, it's turned into healing. Good. Pretty good. Now I cannot imagine my life without it. That's why it was so expensive. That orb that I looted, the one that I'm using. Alright, there's a bit of clipping in terms of the camera. Yeah, this is something that we saw last time as well. It's one of the negative aspects of the game, let's say. It's one of them. Ah, there I can see the objective. That sometimes the camera kind of like will do this clipping, and if you're fighting, you are pretty much you can pretty much screw your tactical view of the battlefield. But as for the rest, then the controls, that sometimes since the controls are a bit clunky, you can sometimes miss your attacks, but pretty much those are the two key things.
That cave ahead. Perhaps that is where Tatiana's husband has gone.
Indeed, it's a side quest. Indeed. Shadowrift Cavern. I cannot walk in here. Oops. Ambush. I would highly suggest you don't get close to this circle. Told ya. I think it also increases my agility or something like that. Vengeful shows of resistance. Let's see those. Let's see those shoes, those sneakers. I know, minus 10 attack, but plus 13 armor, block, and retribute. No. I like my attack to be. No, they lower the attack. Swift shoes. Attack plus 10. The ones that I'm using are these ones, right? Fierce shoes. Okay, they're pretty much the only ones that increase my attack. Yeah, pretty much Anjali is not the best matchup for me because I need a fully melee companion, but well. Notice how the side quests kind of like have their own areas. Whoa. The reflection of that water is kind of like perfect. Consider it's a game from 2011. The insane amount of animations that the game has, they're simply amazing. Let's also heal ourselves. So we got the healing from our abilities and from our damage. Missing Legion genealogies. Alright, we've got one. We need 3. These are the very old remains of a legionnaire. He was probably killed by Jane Cassander's army 30 years ago, and the spiders dragged him here to be eaten. Lying near him is a book entitled The House of Manx. Hey, it's our house. The Manx name was first adopted by the eccentric Gerhard Mace, or Gerhard, I don't know. Only son of the Grand Mage Marek. It's a playable character in the first game, Marek, kind of like the legendary mage. Gerhard sought to distance himself from his all too famous father, so he moved to the city of Stonebridge, where he spent most of his time in the company of goblins. This was, at the time, a considerable scandal. Gerhard's father, Marek, had twice been betrayed by goblins, and he hated their kind. He refused to speak to his son ever again. After being disowned by his own father, Gerhard took the name Manx, which he passed on to his own children. Like all the great magical families, the Manxes are believed to be descended from Numerius the Wise, one of the original founders of the Legion. If this is true, then the bloodline is almost 1400 years old. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. See? See our bloodline, people? See our incredible bloodline? We are descended from Marek himself. Do you know who he is? He's the legendary mage of the first game. I think it's the most prominent. Yeah, it's the most prominent. I love how that's a nice touch that your companions kind of like alert you when you're about to face a boss or something. It's a nice touch. Hey, there's Niku. Well, nah. Let me loot the place first. Wait. Alright, so the genealogies are kind of like scattered throughout the whole place. I wonder if that's... if this quest line is part of the Treasures of the Sun DLC.
No time for idle chat. Quickly, cut me free before a big white spider eats you.
Yep, that one behind us.
It's right behind me, isn't it? As a matter of fact, it is.
It is.
I don't want to die here. Kill it! Kill it!
That's the idea. Palefang. Nice name. No, they are not, because... Oof. That thing hits like a truck. My aggro is a bit high. Oh well, let's do this. Oof. Anjali, what on earth are you doing over? Ah, it can spawn them. So you can spawn your spiders. Right. I better stop. Let's see if I can out-heal their damage. No. Nope. You are meant to dodge on hardcore. Anjali, please, over here. Anyways, you have my... Please come revive me before the circle goes away. That's the idea. Nicely done. And she's dead. Don't worry. I think that that thing has vampiric attacks. I think it's getting healed as he kills us. As it kills us. Come on. Yes, back to the fight. Get them off me for a second so I can regain some... God damn it, what a huge range that thing has. Damn it. Not so fast. No, you are not gonna fight right there. Enough. I'll also heal myself. What about this? 2 circles and healing. Damn it. I need to recover my mana. Ah, I see. The spawn is done in order to... so you can restore your mana. Okay. Without the spawn of all of those spiders, it would be way too difficult to recover mana, because you're only hitting one target. Damn it. That's right. Now's my chance. Not bad. Not bad. You must admit that the game on hardcore is pretty good. That's right, double. Double the damage, double the healing. Yeah, anyways, if you don't dodge, as you can see, you die. Damn it. Not good. How could you revive? How did she revive? Hey, you can dodge around it. It's much more comfortable, in fact. My bad. Oh, you have to be kidding me. Explode. Not bad. No. Double. Oof. Oh my god. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Draw. A perfect draw? No, you have to be kidding me. I killed it. It was a draw. It was a draw. The circle in the end killed it. The damage over time. Damn it. It was a draw. Cannot believe it. It was a draw, but well. It's a good practice.
No time for idle chat. Quickly cut me free
It's a good practice.
before a big white spider eats you. How did you? As
Yeah, it is. Alright, but now I know that I can kind of like dodge through it. Let's see. Yeah, I love how the kind of like the gameplay mechanics are somehow a bit slower than in something like Diablo 3 or I don't know, or Titan Quest or even Cast Rise of the Mage or any isometric action RPG or Fate or Torchlight. But at the same time, it's by being more tactical, it's also kind of like a bit. It's definitely harder than Diablo 3 in a lot of aspects. For example, you have to kind of like perfectly time the dodges. Now's our chance. Let's recover some mana, and also the rotation between the mana and the focus. Is definitely an interesting twist. Because it forces you to think what your next attack will be. And pretty much we can also confirm, because of this difficulty, we can also confirm that you are meant to do the side quests if you are playing on hardcore difficulty. Come on. I'm slow. No, 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 no. There we go. I got stuck there a bit. I need to keep my distance from those rocks. Oof. Oof. Double healing. Oof. Quickly. It also has a vampiric attack. It kind of like drains your health at the same time. Oof. That's right. You have to dodge through it rather than around it. There we go. Perfect dodge. Damn. I cannot. It is not letting me. It's not letting me cast my abilities at all. It's not letting me cast them at all. Damn it. Pretty tough. My first try was actually much better. Okay, we can confirm some things. The gameplay mechanics are much more difficult than in Diablo 3, first of all. Second, there's a tactical aspect to it in terms of the gameplay mechanics, because you have to time your dodges, and you also have to kind of like take into account the cast time of your abilities. In Diablo 3, in Titan Quest, everything is kind of like instant. And also there's no... Yeah, in Diablo 3 there's a dodge, but I mean, you barely use it. In this game, it's kind of like... This game is kind of like much more tactical. It's much more tactical.
Before a big white spider eats you. How did you...
Alright, let's go. And also, not only it's more tactical, but also the rotation. The rotation is different, because you have a third resource to take into account, which is the focus orbs, rather than only the... In Diablo 3, you only have to worry about your mana, but here you also have to worry about the orbs. Kind of like you are forced to perform basic attacks. The rotation is different because there's a third resource that needs to be taken into account. Pretty much. All of its attacks drain mana, if I'm not drain health, if I'm not mistaken. So that makes it worse. Oof. Now these are great news. Oof. I couldn't even out-heal the small spiders. Damn it. I thought I could out-heal them. God damn it. I thought I could out-heal them. Why did I save? That's so stupid.
No time for idle chat. Quickly, cut me free before it... As a matter...
I can't imagine doing this with Mournweald, I mean. Anjali, why are you dead? Because the spiders attacked you. Because I didn't generate enough aggro. Well, that's the idea. Get up, come on. Let me cast. Yeah, it takes at least 1 second to cast any of your abilities, that's the thing. That's the problem with this circle. That I cannot cast it. It's difficult to point to cast it at the correct spot, because yeah, the controls are the controls are definitely getting in the way for the first time when compared to other minor bosses that we've faced. So far I've had no issues, but here, yes, it's playing a much bigger role. Let me dodge. Yeah, every ability takes 1 second, which forces you to constantly dodge and think ahead of time. Not a bad thing inherently, but the fact that the controls are not optimal make the situation worse. They make the situation worse. Come on. It would help if my melee attacker would actually act like a tank. Damn it. You're also knocked down. As if it wasn't enough. Giving this thing vampiric attacks. Oh boy. Not good. Yeah, sometimes you are simply forced to attack because otherwise you cannot continue casting your abilities. Good. The good thing is you can die at any moment. That's the way they decide to compensate. The companion system, I guess. They thought that, well, even if the player has companions, and we need to go through. Nope. There we go. Oops. You are taking hits, what about me? There we go. Nope. Nice. You have to take into account the timing of your attacks and the timing of the enemy's attacks. It's definitely different when compared to Diablo, to Diablo and Titan Quest and most isometric action RPG games. Oof, that was brutal. When Circle of Healing is active, Reinhardt takes 5% less damage per rank. 2 more seconds of Geometry of Annihilation. This one I no longer use it, so we'll go for this one pretty much. We'll go for Vector Dampening, because on Hardcore you take pretty huge hit. Hey, you can you can finish without spending. Didn't know you could do that. No. You have to select. You have to select one. No. Damn it. Yeah, it would be good if we could do that, but well. Damage over time, as long as they didn't remain. No. I don't want them to remain near me. Are slowed by 5% per rank and abilities. Yeah, no, this one is this one is not good. Temporal inversion, because we'll go for enduring negation. The other one is not good because pretty much this one. No, there's one that forces them to kind of like stay in place. I remember reading, so we'll increase our will. Per rank, this is a 100% chance then. This is a 100% chance. Perfect. Good. And this, so she doesn't die. Yeah, the perfect combo would be to have a huge Mount Baron with me because, you know, if I had a melee attacker, it would be easier to deal with the enemies because I would be able to kind of like attack them from afar while I would be able to attack them from afar while the melee attacker taunts them. It acts like a tank.
That's a nice fire. You fight like a lion. Quickly, cut me free. Hold still. I'll cut you free.
That's right.
My thanks. I thought I was a dead man. It's lucky for me that you happened upon this place.
No, no.
It wasn't luck. It was your wife. She sent me to find you and deliver this package. Ah, Tatiana. A man cannot be a finer woman. Azunai, bless her soul. You said something about a package, did you? Did Tatiana pack some Rokenberry pies? Almost dying has given me quite an appetite.
Some beautiful pies. Some delicious pies.
Beast would be the one getting its supper. The road is clear. Return to town, but stay indoors until the mercenaries are dealt with. If you say it's safe, that's enough for me. But I can't leave without rewarding you first. It's not much, but I want you to have it, and I won't take no for an answer. Until we meet again, Legionnaire.
Alright. Constable's Hand Cannon. Well, it's not for my class. XP awarded. Good. All happy, all good. Quest completed. So, what else do we have? We got the Manx genealogy. We need the other ones. Okay. I wonder if I can track the DLC side quest. Nope. It doesn't work. Nope. Then this one, I don't know. So we'll go for the main quest. Alright, we are doing the main quest. This one works, right? Yeah. So they respawn immediately. I love how the game responds everything so fast. It allows you to farm. Good. Now our money. We've got a bit more of money. Our cash flow is looking a bit better. But the thing is that thanks to this boss battle, I've realized that this game is different in so many aspects to Diablo 3, to most isometric action RPG games. It's much more tactical and slow. It's much more tactical and slow. Even when I played with the warrior with Mount Baron 10 years ago, I remember that the attacks were extremely slow with the long sword, and pretty much it was the same situation. Another thing we can confirm is that if you're playing on hardcore, you need to do the side quests. Otherwise, you won't have enough experience and gear to deal with most of the threats. That's right. Here I could out-heal them. But that boss I couldn't out heal it twice. I like how you recover mana with your basic attacks. And how you get focused by using your abilities. It's kind of like a triple rotation. Pretty unique. Because in kind of like in Diablo, you simply spend your mana to perform your attacks and that's it. You call it a day. But here, there's kind of like a third element with those orbs. To take into account in terms of the economy of the rotation. Okay. There are two objectives. Hey, wolves. That's right. You are wounded badly. You're already dead. What's going on? These things are not dying. That's right. There's a huge thing down the back there. What, they is not taking damage? Damn it. There we go. What is that? Can I deal damage to it? That was easy to evade. Am I dealing damage to that? I don't know, but I can recover mana pretty fast. What the? Why is it that I cannot activate my ability? Another one? God damn it. You have to be kidding me. Oof. Today's not my day. People, this is definitely a bump. Damn it. This is there's definitely a bump in terms of the difficulty. In that zone. God damn it. How much do we have? God damn it. I knew I had to kind of like stay back. We'll go faster this time. What was that thing? It wouldn't take damage. That thing wouldn't take any damage. Ignore, 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 ignore. Let's get out of here. I've already wasted enough time. I've already wasted enough time. Met. Alright. This time we'll save, just so we don't do this again in case we die. Hell, didn't I save? Outside? No, looks like. No, doesn't look like it. Alright, so the game did have a difficulty spike in this zone. That's right. Oh boy. Stances are pretty much important if you're playing warrior, but as far as I can tell, if you're playing mage like this, you can get away with only using the ranged stance like this.
You are finished.
How do you recenter the camera? There was a way to recenter the camera or something? No. Nope. Let's investigate. Let's investigate that place again. If you use way too many basic attacks, you recover a lot of mana. But you can get killed. Oh. Yeah, it's a rotation. You use your abilities to get the focus. You use the focus to heal yourself. You use the basic attacks to refill your mana. Pretty much. Basic rotation. Now, what's this zone in which I got killed? First, let's retreat. Let's guide them over here. That's right. Damn it, Anjali. Damn it, Anjali. Stop dying, please.
Thank you.
Here. Heal. That's right. You are already dead again, Anjali? What's that thing? This guy's not dying. Go for a second one here. I guess it's taking damage there. Damn it. Ah, it stuns you. It's on fire. Hey, I love how the joystick vibrates when they kind of like take fire damage. Nice try. Yep. Every time Anjali deals fire damage to it, it also kind of like has a small vibration. The integrated vibration of the joystick is pretty amazing, I can tell you. Finally, what was this thing? What was that thing? Alright. Live and learn, I guess. Yes, we overwrite. We have three different spots to progress with the story. What the? My joystick is vibrating. Elder Dakkenweyr. Optional boss. There you go. So we've got an optional boss, people. Today's boss day. It's the second boss we face. Anjali, what are you doing? Get up. Hey. This one is kind of like the previous one, but red. Red means more powerful generally in video games. The universal rules of video games say that, people. Come on, it's... That thing is being affected by 2 damage over time. I cannot imagine how much damage that thing would deal if it touches me. Luckily, it's way too slow. At least this one has a health bar. It has kind of like some shield that... prevents it from taking damage. Sometimes. You see here, it's not taking damage. Oh boy. I'm trying to revive her, but... I broke. Combat is... we disengaged there. Pretty easy. First try. I learned what to do with the other one. Hey, I'm not using my essences. How do you use essences in this game? How do you use essences? I don't know how to use essences. Now that you have an essence, we have several, you can apply to one of your items to improve it. To enchant the item, highlight the item you wish to improve, and press Y. Okay. So let's enchant E. I think E, I guess E means equipped. Yes. Enchant. This is the essence selection screen. Highlight the essence you wish to use and press A to apply to the item being enchanted. Note that enchanting costs coins and consumes the essence you've chosen. Okay. You can apply as many essences to an item as you like, but remember that items can never have more than 6 statistics. So it's unlimited. Only 6 statistics. Doom. I never used this in kind of like in the first game. Stagger. Wow. 4,116 money. Stagger. It probably stops enemies. Let's use it. Enchant Stagger? Yes. Stagger Minor? No. Vampire Minor. I like Vampire. I like Vampire. I like it. The other one, Doom. I don't know what Doom may be, but not enough coins. What? Ah, 21. 21,840. Wow. Yeah, because it's kind of like two major essences. I get it. I think that's enough because it's pretty much all of my money. See what I what I meant when I see what I mean when I say that. That's and what about these ones? Yeah, these ones I can enchant them. Chaos Vampire, but yeah, but it's only useful for weapons or whatever. It looks a bit more threatening now, I guess. No, it's the same. Let's see if it changed. Stagger 25, Chaos Vampire 26. Now that's why it was so powerful. Look at the difference in terms of the cost. Because it had kind of like Chaos Vampire for free. Okay, let's see. That would have been useful when confronting the spider rather than now. Palefang. But well, there's an objective here. Missing Legion genealogies. The second one. Judging by the armor, these are the skeletal remains of a legionnaire who died many years ago. Well, this is not a side quest, kind of like that you can use the navigation system on, but anyways, uh, it's a side quest, the genealogies. The skeletal remains of a legionnaire who died many years ago. His bones were probably dragged to this place by a Dakkenweyr, the big, huge, bipedal druids that we were facing some minutes ago. In his tattered saber-tash, you find a book entitled The House of Gunderic. Remember, we explored Gunderic Manor last time. But this is some extra lore. In the final days of the War of Legions, the 10th Legion fought a pitched battle with their ancient rivals, the 3rd Legion, at the edge of the Aranoi Desert. Hey, we need to visit this Aranoi Desert. I think it's part of the DLC exclusively. The Aranoi Desert. Uh, we have to visit that location. The 3rd was beaten, but a large contingent of men surrendered, led by their Grand Mage Raymond Gunderic, the one that we faced this guy last time. The 10th in the previous walkthrough, in the previous part of the walkthrough, in case you are interested, in chapter 2. The 10th Legion commander showed mercy to the survivors, they were our brothers, granting them sanctuary in the newly formed Kingdom of Ebb. Raymond Gunderic was given a noble title on the condition that he administer the Valley of Rook'n'Ball and keep the northern lands safe. The Gunderics proved an ill-fated line, except for one descendant that we read about last time, prone to a dark and brooding temperament. The present Lord Stefan Gunderic is said to be no exception, but his manor continues to serve as a training ground for all the mages of the 10th Legion. Alright, we've got the second genealogy. Now we just need Huge Mount Baron's genealogy. Uh-huh. Alright. So we just need one more, right? We just need one more. Here. Find Mount Baron genealogy. Monk's genealogy and Gunderic genealogy. Remember that we cannot use the navigation system to find those. I'm just exploring the whole place. It's probably that one. That other spot on the map, because, I mean, it's the only way. Let's see. There, it has to be this one. This appears to be this. Damn it, this is way too easy. I would have scattered them a bit more across the map. This appears to be the skeleton of a legionnaire who probably died during the Legion's final stand against Jane. Well, we had to kill two of those animals plus the spider, so you would also need to do the side quest. You need to kill at least two bosses to complete this side quest. This appears to be the skeleton of a legionnaire who probably died during the Legion's final stand against Jane Cassandra. Among his scattered belongings, you find a book entitled The House of Montbaron. The youngest of the great Legion families are the Montbarons. The founder of the line was the famous heroine, commonly known as the Farmer. uh, that's you, basically. It's the player in the first game, the Farmer. It's you. It's the player in the first game who rose from obscurity. It's because of the cover. In the cover, it's a woman, but you can play as a man as well. Who rose from obscurity to defeat the wicked sect and save the kingdom from disaster. So the Montbaron bloodline is kind of like the one you create in the first game. Following her victory over the sect, she was granted noble title and lands by King Conrad, becoming the first Lady Montbaron. She was also inducted into the Legion, where she held an honored place until her death in the year 1192. Her son, Wilhelm, became a well-respected legionnaire and married a daughter of the Bollinger line. Since then, the Montbarons have been one of the most influential families in the country. Wilhelm's grandson, Hugh Montbaron, was elected as Grand Master during the Legion Conclave of 1260. Okay, we are done with the genealogies. We can go back and complete the side quest. Return the lost books. I want to progress a bit with the side quest. It's only been an hour and 22 minutes. So we'll go for the main quest. We'll keep doing the main quest. The path is blocked by a web of roots and brambles. They softly bend and creak, as if the forest itself is breathing.
Strange. The forest refuses to let us pass?
Looks like it.
Perhaps if we looked for another... This forest is aware of us. Why do I feel as if I know this place? And it knows me.
Yeah, definitely the lore of in this game is kind of like perfectly executed. They even tie... This game even takes the time to kind of like connect the first game and the second game with both of them with it, but much better than the first and the second games.
This was one of the most beautiful places in all of Ebb. At least, that is what Odo said.
The Mournweald. Oh. What is that? Alright, it's a ranged attacker. Oh. Yeah, we faced some of these creatures at the beginning. At the beginning of the game, in the first part of the walkthrough, as part of they were part of the lake monsters during one of the side quests. Okay, they are ranged attackers and they have kind of like that area of effect, but then they have some melee attackers. Hey, abilities also have kind of like a cooldown. I've noticed. I cannot immediately cast a second circle after I cast the first one. However, there's no visual evidence of the cooldown. That's a mistake. I'll pay more attention to it. We need to pay more attention to it. Like this. Now I cannot cast it again because I don't have enough mana. Oh. The correct way to say it would be I'm badly wounded. I know I'm unbearable, but well. She's kind of like... saying it backwards. I mean, it's not that you cannot do it, but... it sounds unnatural, I don't know. Even. Level up, my favorite words. Are we in combat? No. There we go. Mastery. Remember, there's also mastery to take into account. Causes increased damage over time and stuns any enemies in its area of effect when first summoned. See, this is what I wanted. This is what I want. The empowered mastery, because, you know, it will stun them. That's why we don't need to slow them, or maybe we can combine them. This one we've already purchased it. Barrier Field. Summons a powerful barrier around Reinhardt that absorbs up to 33% of Reinhardt's maximum hit points. Yes, we need this. When empowered, the entire party is protected. Yes, we definitely need that. Leaving behind a decoy image. This one is also powerful. Mirror Lip. That one would replace the roll. This one... 33 of Reinhardt's maximum hit points. This is pretty much a barrier. An old school barrier. This one leaves that decoy. It can help me with the rotation. This could be my demise, choosing this instead of this. But, well, eventually all of them will be unlocked. So, yep. I think that a decoy... it will depend on how much the decoy lasts. Let's see, I'm risking it, but well. Each time Reinhardt uses Mirror Leap, he stuns enemies near his point of departure for 1 to 3 seconds. Definitely. Reinhardt's Mirror Decoy deflects 10% of the damage he sustains back at the attacker. This damage reflection increases by 2% per rank. We need at least 1 rank of damaging illusion, but for now, this one. Stuns near his point of departure for 1 to 3 seconds. But does Temporal Wake kind of like gradually increase? Does it gradually increase? Well, I don't know. Will directly. Foes hit by losing 3% attack. Yeah, I cannot slow him down like this. No. We'll go for straight damage. Summon Jackal. Not bad. What can we do about the Jackal? 10% bonus hit points for the Jackal. Attacks from summoned Jackals have a 10% chance around when they're burning damage over time effect. 10% to deal damage. 2 enemies when she's attacked in melee. 2% of her health. Aura of Immolation. The aura's damage per second. There we go, we need to finish that one. When she takes damage. Good. That will heal her. Good. I love how they connected the first 2 games to...
Careful, more Vodianoi.
Vogomil. Hey, wait, I've already heard that Vogomil somewhere. Not... Ah, yeah, when I played The Witcher 1, they have the same name, the Vogomil. Yeah, because it has to be kind of like... It literally means the fish people or something like that. They have the same name as in The Witcher 1 Enhanced Edition that I played not so long ago. So they are using kind of like Polish culture and lore. It's amazing how all of the kind of like the northern countries of Europe have such a rich folklore in terms of mystical creatures and folktale, let's say. The Vogomil, fish people, all of those. There's a lot of creativity involved. The same goes for Japan and some other countries. Well, Rome, we Italians also have it, I guess. But it's kind of like more tied to Christianity or to Christianity, pretty much. These ones are kind of like pagan, and because of that they have kind of like more variety. Just think about the overall lore of... Hey, there's the salmon. This is the corpse of long dead legionnaire pierced by many arrows. He was probably killed 30 years ago when the last of the Legion retreated into the Mournweald to make their final stand. Yeah, pretty much. You can clearly see a difference between kind of like Christian and kind of like pagan storytelling in Europe, kind of like Italy, Spain, well, in our case, Argentina is kind of like culturally derived from those two, so in our case it's the same, but we are not over there. You can see the difference between those and kind of like the northern countries. They all have kind of like a much more pagan they have a much more pagan storytelling style, let's say. Kind of like the first difference is that in all of the kind of like the Roman, Greek, also Greece, kind of like Western. The other ones are also Western, but the ones related to Christianity, they all involve kind of like only humanoid creatures, let's say. Humans are kind of like the center of most of the storytelling, and with the northern storytelling style, for example,
This is where they died. The last of the Legion.
Indeed. We haven't saved in a while, and I don't feel comfortable about it.
Look, that must be Baron, the old Grand Master of the Legion.
Oh no. Can I walk? It would be much more cinematic. No, I cannot. This is where the last of the Legion was annihilated. Damn it. And that's the one and only huge Baron, Grand Master of the Legion. The bones of huge Baron lie here at the base of the great tree, where he was slain by Jane Cassandra. The Baron signet is still on his finger. No boss. Wow. Alright. This is pretty much the end of the road, people here. Some prizes for those of us who explored all of the place. Damn it. Well, at least...
I know you.
Hey, isn't that...
Be careful. You're in danger here. And not only from the creatures of the forest.
Hey, isn't that the golden child that they used kind of like as a test to see if someone was worthy of joining the Legion or not? Anjali.
Anjali? You've met this boy before?
I must have met him, but I don't remember where.
He's the one from the books, from the lore.
I carried you out of the forest on the day of your birth. The same day the Legion died. Your life began at the foot of this tree. Tell me, quickly, what brings you to this place?
An old Legionnaire sent me to find this place. His name is Odo.
I met Odo once, a long time ago. He still remembers, but he isn't sure it was real. Odo's dreams had brought him to this grove, but never by choice. Why did he send you here?
This is, remember, thanks to the fact that we've read the lore, we know that this is kind of like the golden child that kind of like judges if someone is worthy of joining the Legion or not. It's kind of like like in Dragon Age Origins, kind of like the initiation ritual.
We were looking for the Grandmaster's ring to open the Legion causeways.
That ring is important, but it isn't what Odo thinks. It won't open a causeway. Building the causeways was an act of creation. That is the most ancient power of all, passed down to us from the gods of old. Opening a causeway, that is an act of creation too. I can give you that power, but you must promise never to come here again.
But why?
Can you tell me why at least?
At the heart of this forest is a seed, one that's been dormant for many long years. It has great power and potential, but not for good. Not anymore.
Alright.
It is very, very old. Older than the rest of the valley. Older than the mountains or the sky.
Oops.
The whole forest is waking. You've got to leave.
Can we leave by the same path?
You will never find your way. Not now. The Mournweald will trap you here, unless I intervene.
Aw.
I'll send you back to the edge of the forest. Remember what you saw here. Hold it in your mind, or it will slip away like a dream.
Very
The causeways are
cryptic.
yours. Use them to rebuild your kingdom. and make your country whole. I ask only this. Let no one set foot in this forest, neither enemies nor friends. I'll guard this place for as long as I can.
A deal's a deal. Nice meeting you.
Strange. The forest refuses to let us pass?
What are you talking about? We just came from the forest. Don't you remember?
Now you are making sport of me. Odo tells me that I am an easy target, but he will not say why.
What? Her memory's been wiped. At least the last 2 minutes that we've been inside of that.
The giant tree? The dead legionnaires? The child who appeared out of nowhere? You don't remember anything?
It all sounds familiar, like a story I heard and then forgot. When I think about it, this whole forest feels familiar. Not the trees themselves, but the power that gave them life. I'm sorry, I'm making little sense. If we have what we came for, then we should go.
Alright. Interesting. That was cryptic. Oh well. At least if I remember correctly. Okay. If I remember correctly, we can finish the side quest. An hour and 42 minutes, damn it. Good. We can keep going for some more time, people. Let's see if we can finally access the DLC. Alright. If I remember correctly, well, I won't do spoilers, but take all of what the kid said seriously. No. No, people, I won't do spoilers. But yeah, pretty much. Take everything that the kids just said seriously. Hey, I'm not using my new ability. My decoy. How do I use it? Hang on, it's true, I'm not using my new ability. Decoy teleports Reinhardt to a chosen location and leaves behind a decoy image of Reinhardt, forcing them to attack me. Yeah, but where's the decoy? How do I use it? I don't see any decoy. Don't tell me it's bagged. They're still attacking me. That's normal because I just saw that only with the mastery they are forced to attack it. But I don't see the decoy. I don't get it. Can you see the decoy? I cannot. Nice, I purchased an ability that that I basically don't know how to use. I don't get it. It's only with this stance. I need to be careful. Okay. Not bad. Hey, look at that. And if I change stances? Not bad. Once I master this, they'll be forced to attack him. What the? Ah, I can also run away. Okay. Okay, I get it. I just need to change the stance. Hey, the decoy does not take damage. Well, I take that back. This ability is awesome. It's kind of like having a personal tank. Ah, damn it. Does not take damage, but... It's kind of like a summon. But, well, it's a pretty powerful summon. Because, you know... Good, okay. The decoy is still attacking now. Well, whatever. We're back. We're back home. Odo, Martin. We're back home. Now, let's first do the side quest, because we have the 3 lineages of the houses of the Legion. This one is a secret passageway, supposedly. Return the lost books. What do we get? Oh. Yeah, it's not the DLC. Let's see if we can access it. Did gain full-time hero. What are the deeds? Are just achievements? Ah, no, they give you stats. Full-time hero, 2 stamina. You have completed 10 side quests. You discovered the password to the magically sealed door in Gunderic Manor. You refused every reward offered to you by the humble villagers of Rill. Oh, look at that. You decide that the Legion should retain control of Gunderic Manor. Yep. Yeah, so you get different stat bonuses for your deeds. This is how all of the achievement systems should work in pretty much any game. Pretty well done. Okay, so there was a reward after all. I just couldn't see it back then. For not accepting the money. There's the main quest, as you can see there in the minimap. But I want to see something because... I want to see...
stories about the Causeway Gates, but I've never seen one before.
First, let's get to the... to sell. Hey, we've got something good here. First, let's re-equip everything. We, of course, will keep the Heart of Darkness. Reinforced Headband of Resilience. We are getting into teal level of quality for all of our gear, which is amazing. Armor block, stamina, retribution, agility. This one is a bit... this one you could argue it. Vengeful Shoes of Resolve. Shoes of Resilience, 13 armor, 22 armor, but minus 10 attack. Yeah, well, this one I'll change it because otherwise we're taking way too much damage. Attack and Doom. We have to give it to Anjali then. Nothing, and this one. Attack plus 6. Dynamo of Brutality, but it has 16 Doom. This one has 5 Stagger, but it has twice the attack. So it's a no-brainer. Okay. And Anjali. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. Have that one. This one? No. We can sell the rest. See, this is what I'm going to show you what we discovered last time. As you can see, I only get 13. The economy in this game is designed so you actually don't get a lot of money from selling stuff, pretty much. And look at the prices. I bet you can see that. It forces you to attack, agility, chaos. This one will be useful for her. For Anjali. Anjali, I need to equip her. She doesn't have any equipment. This one is needed. It's part of the offensive abilities, the offensive gear. She needs boots, breastplate, and bracer. It's all green quality. I mean. This one, Hey, Scarlet Dragoon! How have you been? Fun game for me, but not well accepted. I did like the story. You played it. Damn it. We are one of the few 2 people who played it back in the day. Probably because I commented this in the first part of the walkthrough. Everyone hated this game. Everyone hated this game because it kind of like transitioned the controls from classic PC to console. It was kind of like a tendency of the 7th generation. Yeah, but replayability is kind of weak. Yeah. Yeah, it's... I played it back in the day without doing the side quests on the PS3. And I played it with the melee class. And I'm playing it with the mage, and it's pretty much the same. It's slower than Diablo 3. It's kind of like slower. And just like you said, not only not well accepted, hated. Deeply hated. I remember that first I played DungeonSiege 1, and then I played this one. The second one is a problem because it has compatibility issues on PC. And it's pretty much exclusive to PC. So that one is kind of like lost to time. The first one, it's a bit easier to fix. I finished that one. And this one is kind of like the black sheep. But I'm glad to see that at least one more person on this planet played it. Because I was beginning to think that 0 people played it, pretty much. But yeah, no. And the one thing that I didn't explore, besides the side quests, is the Treasures of the Sun DLC. That's what I want to explore, because back in the day, I didn't explore it. Whatever. Oh, it's still not working. Maybe first we have to finish the main quest, and then it will work. But yeah, glad to see that someone else played it. And hey, could you? I remember. Could you recover from the? What was it? It was it the damn it. The loss of memory. Could you recover it in the end? You kind of like left me a bit worried last time you were here when I was playing War in the North. Could you recover from it? That you told me the story that I remember. How have you been? Could you recover from it? All right, we can turn this.
Nice blood. You look different somehow. Changed. You found the tree, didn't you? And something more. What did you see in the forest?
If we tell him, I remember that the Golden Child told us that we shouldn't tell either enemies or allies. So let's just say you've seen the tree.
How do you know
Have you seen the tree?
You weren't there when the Legion fell. Saw it.
The Venerable.
A lot of us have seen it. Even the young, the sons and daughters of Legionnaires, who were barely born when the Legion died. At the foot of the tree.
How well you have to say it. There's no choice.
Golden hair, piercing eyes, kind voice, but far too old for his age. Stories of that boy go back to the first conclave, and that's not 1,000 years, maybe more. The Radiant Youth, they called him. He gave me the power to open the causeways. In return, he doesn't want anyone to set foot in the Mournweald ever again. No one at all. But why not? What does he fear?
Here, as I've been mentioning in the first part, here we can see how huge the influence of Mass Effect has been back in the 7th generation, especially. Here you can see that kind of like the choice wheel is exactly like playing Mass Effect. Pretty much exactly like Mass Effect. Here you can see what a huge influence Mass Effect and BioWare games in general. We could also include Dragon Age, Origins. You could even include Knights of the Old Republic as well as Jade Empire. You can see how the dialogue system is pretty much exactly like in BioWare games. And this is Obsidian. Remember that this one was developed by Obsidian after Gas Powered Games was kind of like dissolved, and the franchise was acquired by Square Enix, but it was developed by Obsidian. So here you can see the influence. Yep, well, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, man. Hope you're all right. Glad to hear it, because I know those episodes, those things are terrible. So glad to hear it. In my case, I had a different problem. I had to have an it's a bit disgusting, but I had to have an earwax removal. I don't know if it happened to you ever, but that's why I couldn't stream last week. In fact, it leaves you kind of like deaf when they remove it for a week. So yeah, pretty much. I had my own share of problems in that sense. No, but it's nothing. It's an absolutely clean procedure. Oh well, glad to hear that that issue went away. Glad to hear it. Truly. So here we have no choice. I know, or maybe were you referring to the fact that of the influence of Mass Effect? I don't know. I think there's a delay of the chat, but well, doesn't matter. Either way, glad to hear it, that you can see the influence of Mass Effect, or if you recover from that. I think that was the first case. Right. The influence of Mass Effect. Here we can see how the 7th generation, or during the 7th generation, was so predominant. We had no choice, so we can see that the choice selection is kind of like limited in contrast to most RPG games. So yeah, pretty much.
The boy didn't tell me his name.
It's
He never does.
oh.
And he takes different forms. He doesn't look the same to everyone. The boy, that's an auspicious form. Speaks of new beginnings, rebirth. Same form that the first Legionnaires saw back in the days of the Founding. Most Legionnaires see the warrior, but I saw the boy too. Wondered what it meant back then.
Okay. No, he didn't seem to be afraid. Even if it's more limited, let's say, than traditional RPG games, consider that this is it's a non-point-and-click isometric action RPG. I mean, the dialogue system is pretty complex and pretty rich in terms of the lore. If you consider that this game belongs to the same genre as Diablo 3, in fact, it looks so similar to Diablo 3 that the comparison is kind of like impossible to highlight.
So you've met the child before?
So compare this to Diablo 3 and...
No, not me. I've only heard stories. No one's seen him in a long time. Not since the old Legion fell. We never knew why he left us. You think the child fears something? Or someone? He's not afraid for his own sake. That child is more than he appears. He can be trying to keep us safe. Still, why forbid anyone from entering the forest?
Yeah, you have no choice. I mean, he told us not to tell our allies or whatever, but it's kind of like forced on you. You cannot avoid it.
Wait any longer. Let's take back the town.
Yeah.
He's right, Odo. We can think on the boy's words later. Now's the time to strike.
When you reach the other side, you'll find yourself in a crypt, I think. Should be in the town graveyard. Head west, straight for the main square. Rajani is probably holed up inside the town hall.
Alright, we can do the we can finish this first chapter, let's say, because if I remember correctly, the chapel is pretty much the final boss of the first chapter.
I've already told Martin. He's still in no condition for a pitched battle.
So convenient.
No, but we can't leave the villagers to fend for themselves.
Gaming
I'll
101.
do what I can to protect them. Try to get them to safety.
He's injured, he cannot help
Maybe
you.
distract some of the other Leskanzi too. The ones outside the town.
And entering the coffee.
When I'm inside, what can I expect?
Ah, we need to take the teleport. Okay.
In my day, they were safe, but no one's walked those roads in years. Try not to look down. That's the best advice I can give. Eyes ahead and keep moving. No
Blah.
idea how many Leskanzi are inside the walls?
Mm-hmm.
Half their forces, maybe. But they won't be. Anything else I should know? The Boyar. Lazar Basili. They're probably holding him in the town hall.
Oh, well, let's wait.
Once you've dealt with Rajani, don't forget to set him free.
Remember, we're the Legion. We will overcome.
Alright. Perfect. Now, remember, we need to keep an eye out for the Treasures of the Sun DLC. I personally want to explore it because 10 years ago I never explored it. And I think it has the Aranoi Desert, where the clash between the 10th and the 3rd Legion that we read happened. So it's a pretty important and sacred location that I want to explore. Remember what I've been mentioning, that while this game wasn't developed by Gas Powered Games, it had Chris Taylor as the consultant. And pretty much is the game, the one entry, sadly, that, just like what I've been telling you, it's extremely hated, but it's precisely the one entry that kind of like ties all of the previous games, the first one and the second one, the lore of the previous two games. So, in that sense, do we have any other side quests? This one, I don't know how to complete it, but we can back later. This one is the Treasures of the Sun DLC. Talk to Oswald in the Grand Chapter House. He has not appeared, so no. So let's finish the storyline and the main chapter. Let's see if we can use the causeway. It does work now. And traverse the causeway. Oh. See, remember what I've been telling you in the first part of the series. See all of that background. It's
What was this, I wonder? And how did the Legion find their way here?
pretty amazing special effects for 2011. But the thing is what I told you on regarding the backgrounds. Remember that back in the day, most of us played these games on a 1080p screen, probably no more than 32 pixels, 32 inches. Sorry, most of the time, pretty much in your living room. Now, 10 years later, I'm playing it on kind of like some centimeters away from my screen, and I can't pay attention to those details. But back in the day, I'm pretty sure most players never realized all of the graphical tricks that that all of these games had. We also saw this when we played War in the North. They kind of like had to mix 2D backgrounds with 3D models in the forefront. So it's this one, right? It's this one, yeah, pretty much. It's the only one. So Gunderic Mausoleum, what's this? I don't know what this may be, but this is the way.
This mausoleum belonged to the Gunderics, an old and unlucky family.
Yes, thank you. We explored all of that last time when we explored Gunderic Manor. So all of that lore is ready over there. Remember, we are doing a 100% completion of the game. All of the side quests, the DLC, and the dialogue lines that we could never experience back in 2011, or that at least I couldn't experience back then. I need to use the decoy. Yeah, the thing is that I probably don't have enough mana for that to complete my rotation. See, we are beginning to be restrained because of our mana. These are the same enemies that we faced back in Gunderic Manor, the gargoyles. Gunderic Manor, and pretty much. Damn it. We must admit, people, that the polish of the presentation. There's a staggering. It's particularly useful if you're playing as a mage. So, which because that's an essence. That's an essence that allows me to stun them with my basic attacks. This one, it's stagger, the one that we added last time. I am beginning to question myself. People. How could I complete this game 10 years ago because on hardcore, because I didn't do any side quests, so I was under leveled. I had shitty gear, and I also didn't know how to use essences. So I am beginning to question myself, how could I finish the game on hardcore last time. But yeah, it's kind of like that experience that you have as a child that, well, I wasn't a child precisely, but let's say teenager, that you don't understand all of the mechanics, but even so, you pull through. The inscription reads, "Here lies Raymond Gunderic, first Lord Gunderic, inducted into the Legion and granted noble title in the year 839. Can we loot? Is the question? Yeah. Well, anyways, we are all families in the Legion. It's kind of like inheriting, pretty much inheriting, forced inheritance, a new legal a new legal institution or rules, pretty much. Hey, give me a sec. Well, whatever. So another thing, this is something that I've noticed when I was at the Grand Chapter House. Of course, this game had no ray tracing back in the day. They had to manually place the shadows. And if you pay close attention to the shadows on the ground, you'll see how perfectly designed they are. How perfectly designed they are. Especially the windows. If I had to pick one specific element, the windows. Oh, graveyard. Hey, there are undead. It's not an RPG if there are no undead. If there aren't any undead, it's not an RPG. Pretty much. Hey, I'm not using the decoy. That's a mistake. Perhaps it consumes way too much mana. Or... Let's see. Let's try to use the decoy. I need to remember to change the stance. But yeah, the thing is that the decoy doesn't act like a tank yet. It doesn't generate aggro. I need to achieve mastery for that. So it's still not a tank, but it somehow helps, I guess. The problem is that I move forward as I use it. Oh well. Yeah, so far the main gameplay rotation is distinctively unique. Why? Well, because it's slower than Diablo 3, just to make a direct comparison. But there's more to it. There's kind of like this third element. Because with normal attacks, you regain mana, but with abilities, you regain orb points. And pretty much, when you use your orbs, your orb points, you pretty much... I don't know, he stuns enemies in point of ETB. There's no point in on investing in more points here because it's the same. I don't see any difference here. So no. The Clockwork Trap, I'm not using it that much. So, and this one already has that. The Mirror Decoy reflects 10% of the damage he sustains back at the Hey, this is good because this is this percentage damage. This will scale directly. Yes, we'll do a mix then. 10 years ago, I played with the warriors, so all of these skill trees are completely new to me. Alright, we got this, and we'll increase the will here. Will directly increases the damage of abilities, so it's a safe bet. So, as I was saying, the gameplay rotation. Until we get our decoy, pretty much... And even if we get our decoy, because they will still have to perform attacks, now that I think of it. Pretty much, there's a third element that, for example, in most isometric action RPG games doesn't exist, which are the orbs. You can see that I refill my mana by performing normal attacks, while I recover my orbs down there, the purple orbs, to heal myself like this. There I spend one. By using my abilities with my mana, so the game has a rotation, a gameplay rotation, composed of 3 elements rather than 2, like in most isometric action RPG games like Diablo, Titan Quest, Torchlight, I don't know, maybe even Evencast. It also uses the same system. Fate, the Fate series. And in terms of the innovation, that's extremely positive because it forces you to keep track of a third element that you would normally ignore. See, now I do this, and now I can perform. I can also use my orbs to perform this special attack, which deals more damage. Yeah, pretty much. It's nice to see a rotation composed of 3 elements rather than 2, because most of the time uh, you just have basic attacks. Basic attacks do nothing. Think about Diablo. They don't refill your mana most of the time, except you, I don't know, you spend. I think in Titan Quest, for example, there's some mana leech or things like that. Unless you specifically create a rotation around leeching mana or power. In most isometric action RPG games, in most of the builds, you don't get mana just by performing basic attacks. This is something extremely distinctive of this game, pretty unique.
The Dark Sister's name.
Oh,
Are you some ghost of the Legion, here to avenge your comrades?
hey, look at that! Even generic enemies talk. Pretty good. There's no way out of this without fighting. Something like that.
I'm no ghost, but I will have revenge for my brothers and sisters.
Will you indeed? We shall see.
See, for example, there
Your
was.
confidence only proves that you are ignorant, witch. How can you hope to best us when the dead themselves answer our call? Kill them!
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Believe it or not, I have a damn butterfly just outside of my window. The same that I commented, that I talked about an hour ago. It's still there. There we go. It's still out. There you go. Free. Fly free. Would you believe it? A butterfly right in the middle of the city. Alright. I need to be careful because I didn't save. I need to be careful. That's a lot of witches. They're slow, but I have the advantage because I'm good against ranged attackers, but I need to be careful. This is actually the second witch we face. We faced one during the second place part of the walkthrough, I think. So it's a generic boss zone enemy, let's say. Apparently. Ah, there's a path. Alright, there's a pathfinding issue here. Can I get inside? Well, first we'll dispatch this one. Yeah, I don't deal damage around corners. Pretty well done. That measure was probably put in place by the developers so you don't cheese the game. Otherwise, it's way too easy to cheese the game. You have to kind of like be facing the bosses. Otherwise, it's alright. What we'll do this. And we didn't generate enough aggro. Anjali, please get up. Nice. Okay, so I can only deal damage through here. Okay. Anjali's dead again. No surprises here. Okay, I can take cover behind the tree. Oops, there we go. Yeah, the camera, I bet you can see the problem right now. The trees are kind of like clipping there through the camera. And you cannot see, for example, here. That's one of the mistakes that I've been highlighting. The camera pretty much... There we go. Give me a sec to cast my... To cast that. There we go. The camera and the controversial controls are pretty much the two huge flaws that we've encountered so far. Sometimes the camera will clip like that. and sometimes, and pretty much the controls are awkward. They are awkward. They are of like unprecise most of the time. The two huge flaws, as I've said at the beginning of the playthrough, the controls will determine the ultimate fate of this game. Hey, another boss! Not bad. I think that this is the fourth boss that we... Luckily I saved. This is the fourth boss that we face in this stream. God damn it. It was boss day today. There we go. Thank you, Anjali. Good. That's staggering. Alright, that's a boss. That's not gonna die. Alright, there we go. The detection range of the enemies is pretty good, but they return to their position, so it's not perfect. Not perfect. As you could see, you can actually cheese it, which is negative. Remember that, for example, in Hellgate London, they would pursue you until you would die. It was kind of like endless. Third? Can I go for a third circle? No, I cannot. You cannot cast a third circle. Okay. Yeah, definitely playing on hardcore right away was a great idea, because you can still kind of like cheese the detection range. You can kind of like cheese the detection range, and that's always a slight mistake that always slips through in most games. For example, in that regard, Diablo's formula, I believe in Diablo 2, they follow you endlessly. No, I think there's a point in which they leave you. The recent example that I remember, because not a lot of games have that, is definitely Hellgate London. I vividly remember that the demons would chase you until the end of times, even to the most remote corners of the map. So yeah, that should be implemented in all games, because otherwise you can cheese them pretty easily, and that's not good, of course. It distorts the original detection range. For example, in World of Warcraft, that's so common. Kind of like... Okay. It's so common being able to... A lot of games, they dechain and full heal with invincibility for moving back. Yes, exactly. That's another solution. See? That's another solution than what that Scarlet Dragoon is saying. It's another solution that I didn't think about. Yeah, a lot of games do that, it's true. But this one doesn't do either of them. That's the thing. Yeah, it's an interesting mechanic, because it can completely break...
Rajani is close. I can feel her eyes upon us.
It can completely break the overall balance of the combat mechanics, and it's a stupid mistake that is easily fixed. But I've seen it in so many games. It's quite a bit of an older game as well. It's from 2011, Scarlet. This one is from 2011, and Hellgate London was from, if I remember correctly, was it 2007? So Hellgate London was older and had the endless detection range. And the one that, yeah, they should have probably implemented the one that you say, that kind of like go back but regain health. Yeah, look at that, good. See, we were talking about that, and it happens. Luckily here they went for a confinement, let's say, mechanic that you cannot leave. But yeah, well, I guess it fixes Yeah, this solution, you could see that I cannot get through that purple barrier back there. They went for the solution for a lot of the bosses. I guess. Hey, that's the problem. Anjali is dead. But yeah, pretty much this only works on bosses. They didn't take into account kind of like normal encounters. Where is she? I think I see her lying over there. Alright. Another thing that we need to take into account is the fact that in this game you can actually dodge projectiles. Something extremely uncommon when compared to most isometric action RPG games. Both point and click, Diablo 3, though you can play it with a joystick, I guess. But also non-point and click, like the direct inspiration of this game, the legendary Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1 and 2. You could also argue Champions of Norath, but they were all developed by pretty much the same studio, Snowblind Studios, precisely the creators of The Lord of the Rings War in the North. Hey, it's a second boss! Can I get away? Probably not. Yeah, nice. Good, it's always good. Because, remember, we are playing on hardcore, so it's meant to be hard. If it's not hard on hardcore, then the difficulty is not properly balanced. This one is a melee attacker, so we need to stay back instead. As I said, I remember that I played with the heir of huge Mont Baron last time with the warrior. Have you noticed a pattern, right? All of the bosses that we faced today, well, not all of them, but all of the huge bosses spawn enemies. That's not an arbitrary choice, if I had to say. It's closely related to the rotation and the economy of the game. Because if you only have one enemy, you don't regain any mana. That's why all of the big bosses kind of like spawn enemies. They were definitely aware of the rotation they were creating when they pretty much... Hey, I need to be careful because the essences look the same as the health orbs. I just realized. You may think that you are just regaining some health and you are leaving behind some important essences, which redefine your gear pretty much. So yeah, we can save this. I think this is the final boss of the first chapter. So this was a boss fest today. Hey, Rajani. It's been a while.
Me? You're mistaken. We've never met. Whatever illusions you've spun, you won't break my resolve. Not even with such a cruel trick. My lady charged me to stop you, and I will not fail.
Hey, the design is amazing. The eyes were amazing. Yeah, quite painful in enclosed space. Yeah. They had to do it. At least, thinking about it, if I have to think about it, Scarlet, they had to do it because otherwise you could cheese the bosses. Because you could see that I could cheese kind of like the normal mobs pretty easily. And otherwise you could cheese the bosses. They kind of like specifically placed this mechanic so you don't cheese the bosses, because like you said, the classic mechanic of going back and restoring the health of the boss, damn it, and restoring the health of the boss it's not an option here because you would be able to cheese them, I guess. Well, not because they would recover health. Well, I don't know. they had to put it in place because otherwise you could definitely cheese at least most of the mobs. Well, you can cheese most of the mobs, but you could, I don't know, cheese the spawns, cheese the spawns, because imagine you are surrounded. Yes, the boss will recover health, but you could avoid being killed by the mobs. Kind of like they wouldn't be able to overwhelm you, even if you have to deal with the boss at full health. Damn it, that attack is pretty powerful. That's right. This one. After that attack, I can do it. Okay, so only revive her after that attack. Good. Yeah, pretty much they came up with this solution of enclosed spaces. Pretty much. Interesting. It's interesting to see the variety of ways in which game developers pretty much tackle the same situation. The one you said, restoring health. The one I said, the one from Hellgate London, kind of like making them endlessly chase you. Both of them at the same time. Come on, I need some healing. And for that we need to do this. Damn it. Yeah, that's the thing. I need to remember that in this game, it takes at least a second for all abilities to be cast. Hey, I have the decoy. I could use the decoy. If I recover some... If I can recover some... Damn it. If I can recover some mana... If I can recover some mana, I can go for the decoy. Oof. Alright. First, let's recover some more health. Otherwise... Learning dodge timing is... This boss did take some time. Learning dodge timing, etc. Yeah, pretty much the whole game, plus she hits pretty hard. Yeah. I remember I beat this one back in the day with the warrior, with Mount Baron. And yeah, it definitely took me a lot of tries. This one and the last boss, and Jane Cassinder, without a doubt. Jane Cassinder is kind of like the worst. The worst you'll ever stumble upon is Jane Cassinder. I need to move her outside, out of the corpse. There. There we go. Come on, I think I avoided it. Perfect. Yeah, I wanted to play this time with the mage because I vividly remember that the warrior kind of like is as slow as the mage. That was favorite. I beat her with Anjali, with the fire chick. That was favorite. Had to time the burst as it's slow, but good damage. Yeah. I had the terrible idea of playing with the warrior 10 years ago, and it's kind of like on hardcore with Mount Baron. It's even worse because you kind of like you have no range. And because of the fact that this game involves some timing, similar to Dark Souls, for example, like that, it's different to most isometric action RPG games. I never tried it with Anjali, for example. So the one that none of us tried was Katarina, kind of like with guns. I wonder if she's any better. But yeah, I would say that, if I remember correctly, Jane Cassinder was the last boss. With the warrior at least, it was kind of like at least 20 tries on hardcore it took me. I played it on the PS3 10 years ago, pretty much. And I remember it was brutal. And when I say brutal, terrible. Terribly brutal. Hey, I don't remember this one being that this bad. Some minutes ago I had problems with a huge spider. In case you are interested, Scarlet. I had problems with a huge spider called Palefang. It was kind of like a side boss. I better concentrate before we have to do this all over again. I still don't have enough mana. Nope. Come on. Oof. She hits like a truck. Come on. If I didn't have the vampiric property on my gear, this would have been a disaster. Come on. If I didn't have the vampiric properties saved me, because at least it allows me to regain health. And besides, this one is not a good matchup against my class. I can pretty much counter her by staying out of her range, because she's melee most of the time. The spider was much more difficult because it had kind of like a bigger range. What the fuck? No, you have to be kidding me. What the... I don't remember this being so terrible. Oh my fucking god. MMORPG area of effect mechanics? What the... God damn it. And here I was... Oh my... God damn it. There's a... Oh, come on, we need to deal some damage. Yes, now I remember why this was impossible with Mon Baron. I didn't remember this, to be honest, but now I can see why this one was also so brutal. She's actually an Archon. Oh my fucking god. No. Part 2, welcome. Yep. You remember this. I didn't remember this. God damn it. You remember the... How could you remember this, Scarlet? How could you remember this? I like the Archon. God damn it. Yeah, playing as the Archon, not going up against the Archon. This was my hardest fight since it was early. Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, if I didn't have the vampiric attacks, this would be pretty much impossible.
I know her. Me? What?
God damn it! I definitely didn't remember that there was a second phase. God damn it! Oh my god. Yes, pretty much. This is a difficulty. This is a difficulty spike like no other I've seen in this game so far. Yeah, that's the thing. It's way too early in the game, and I don't have any more side quests to kind of like level up. No, pretty much no more side quests, and I cleared the map several times. I'm about to level up. I don't know. If the game respawns some mobs, maybe I can level up. I mean, look at the experience bar. That could make a difference. And maybe I didn't use the decoy. Maybe... I take that back. The game is... The level design is pretty well done. You cannot go back and farm. You cannot go back and farm. The level design is painstakingly calculated. I think I restarted a bit to farm gear for her. Ah, so if no, but if you restart, you would I would appear here. It pretty much traps you. I couldn't open that door. Basically deleted character and started to well, you re-rolled straight away.
The girl. I know her.
God damn it. No, but I remember I could do it with the warrior with enough patience, and after her though, I did pretty well. Yeah, it's kind of like the test of fire. I don't know, it's kind of like the initiation ritual in the game. No, the one that I'm curious about, I don't know if you got to experience it, is the Treasures of the Sun DLC, because I never played it back in the day, but I have it installed on this version, and pretty much I'm sure it has some cool bosses. Pretty tough. It not only unlocks the essences, I believe, but I think it unlocks the Aranoi Desert, which is kind of like an exclusive zone, kind of like an expansion. But by that time, the game was already dead. All right. Let's see. We can do it. We can do it with the vampiric. With the vampiric gear, I can do it because I cannot out heal her attacks. But I kind of like stabilize the economy of the fight a bit. Hey, let's try. No. Damn it, I forgot. I need to change stances. There you go. What about the decoy? Will you attack the decoy? Because I still don't have... Yeah, the decoy is the key. With the decoy I can distract her. That's it. The decoy, people. The decoy is the key. Luckily I got that. Can't remember how I built the character to kill her. I remember that I played with the warrior. Wait, because she's gonna kill me. Some adjustment for the fight I knew I needed. If I remember correctly, I played with the warrior, which was kind of like the worst case scenario, and I pretty much tried several times, one after the other. I think I did have also leeching attacks for the health. That's the thing. Damn it! Why are you attacking me if you have a decoy on ya? Yep, I need to remember that the decoy still doesn't... That's the thing. That think based on her damage, I think based on her damage, I was like needed to go in all nuke or leeching or something. Yeah, pretty much.
The girl.
Yeah, pure DPS. I am pure DPS right now. But, no, let me try with the decoy. Because even if it doesn't tank her... Luckily I have a second while she laughs. The thing is that... There the decoy is working. The decoy there is working. She's not attacking me. Well, now she's attacking me, but the decoy got dispelled. Damn it. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Wait. First heal, then decoy. Yeah, I need to remember that I also leap forward. That's so stupid and useless. Why would you leap forward when you are trying to get away? Damn it. There we go. That's right, attacking melee. consider that Anjali, that the companion, has I specifically purchased a healing talent for her. What the? No way. The decoy revives. We got the key, people. The decoy revives. It revives companions. We are golden. The decoy revives companions. I wasn't expecting that. I think that's a bit OP, though. But well. I think that's a bit OP. But well. Well, look at me. I'm saying that that's OP, and I'm getting killed all over the place. I'm saying that it's OP, and I got killed. God damn it. Alright. Alright. Definitely. Well, at least I know what to do. I wasn't expecting the decoy to revive. How about we do this? I love how that forcibly sends me. Yep, this is the gatekeeper. Definitely. Definitely. This boss is brutal. I didn't remember this. Definitely. Good. Good. I remember that in the first DungeonSiege, the bosses were also pretty tough. Especially the final boss, but... in this one, I only remember Jane Cassinder being pretty tough. In this one, pretty much Jane Cassinder was the worst. She's dead again. Alright. Damn it. Here, double. No, my rotation allows me to sustain a continuous assault, but... I guess I'll have to dodge like that. But... not enough. That's aggro right there. Stupid. Besides, you have those kind of like church seats that... there you go. Quickly. I need to recover mana. Wait until I... survive until I can summon the decoy. Then I can revive ya. Also, there are some moments in which I cannot see shit at all. I can see a thing. And I cannot read her movements. Right, now we have enough mana. Decoy. That keeps... there you go. Nice try, good. Yeah, not bad, not bad. We arrived with a pretty good build for the fight. Damn it. As long as we don't do stupid things like that one, we should be good to go. Damn, the game has kind of like MMORPG mechanics with that area, with that AoE, with those AoE mechanics. Yeah, that's the problem. I cannot read all of her movements because of how many lights there are. There we go. We have kind of like two summons at the same time, and not even with that is enough. And vampiric attacks. No, we know about that. Well, now we need to pay attention. Alright. Where on earth? What the? Oh my god. Oh boy. Keep dodging, keep dodging. Nope. Unable. Yep, I played 1 and 2 a ton. Sorry, I didn't read it before. It's just that she's killing me so fast. You played 1 and 2 a ton. You got to play the second one. I didn't get to play the second one. I played it, but I didn't complete it. I could never complete it because it has kind of like a lot of compatibility issues on PC nowadays. I played the first one. It was one of my first games, kind of like on Windows 98, and I played the first one a ton. But but the second one, it had so many compatibility issues. Now I fixed the compatibility issues, but I still have to play it. The second one, it's kind of like even worse in terms of compatibility than the first one. Kind of like you have to fix the resolution and everything. But I always wondered how the second one is. I have it ready, but I never explored it a lot. Pretty much. It's sad what happened to this series, you know, because gas-powered games disappeared. Nice, that was a stupid attack. Damn it. That's one of the toughest. That's impossible to dodge. That's pretty much impossible to dodge. Wow. That's so impossible to dodge. It's a one-shot kill. It's a one-hit kill. God damn it. Well, it's hardcore difficulty after all, I guess. There we go. Let's go for the decoy. And let's begin dishing some damage. Dishing out some damage. There. Thank you. Yeah, she's dead. Yeah, she's dead. Yeah, with the warrior, it's kind of like more straightforward what you need to do. Besides, you can use kind of like the single target stance, so your attacks are faster, and you are allowed to dodge much faster. But the downside is that, of course, that was impossible to predict. That was impossible to predict. Pretty much. Anjali plays this way. Right, exactly there. That's it. Yeah, you pretty much can die at any second as soon as you get hit. Let's further hear ourselves. I need to pay attention to her movements. I don't know, maybe the other camera. Yeah, there's a problem with the camera, that's for sure. Because I cannot see her attacks. Last played in 2012. This one, the third one, or the second one? This one probably, because this one was out in... This one was released in 2011. Probably this one. Yeah, pretty much the same time I played it. I think no one played it back in 2011. We all played it 1 year after. We all pretty much played it 1 year after, because I also played on 2012. I wonder if I can use my 2 orbs to heal faster. That would help. Yeah, you can. That would help a bit because it kind of like helps you dampen the hit. Nice try. Yeah, attacking her without the decoy, it's a terrible mistake. Always decoy, and well, if your companion is up, better. This one is looking pretty good. This may be the run. Well, at least until she transforms. No. Double healing. That's another thing. I think all characters share some abilities. It makes it a bit generic. Third one. Yeah, I figured it out because it was the exact release year. God damn it. Now's where the fun begins. Oh boy. That attack is so tricky to avoid. Yeah, better let that attack land on the summons. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. That's right, attack. There we go. No, I didn't mean to do that. This, please. Oh, damn it. And she's already dead, right? Good. But the summon soaked the damage. Nice, 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 nice. While it cannot taunt, it's still one more target. Nope. My bad. God damn it. Alright. There's also even less room to avoid the hits. I am beating this boss today. I am beating this boss today. You kind of like, you need to be faster with the rotation. And read the attacks. It's like Dark Souls, in a way. Rather than an isometric action RPG. Most of the bad reviews for this game were merely because it wasn't like... Exactly, I commented that precisely, Scarlet, in the first part of the walkthrough. Because I vividly remember that yes, everyone complained, but kind of like with the same argument. They were all the exact same argument. I read the Metacritic reviews, in fact, in the first part of the walkthrough, and yes, exactly, they were all the same. It's not like the first one, it's not like the second one, it's not like the first one, it's not like the second one, but they didn't give any kind of like objective reasons as to why the game itself sucked. Besides the controls, the most common argument, besides not being like the first one and the second one, were the controls, which, yeah, I think we all agree that the controls were kind of like designed for consoles rather than PC, and that's a huge change. But there was another case pretty similar to this one, exactly the same, which was the Sacred franchise. Sacred 1 was a PC game, kind of like a cult classic. That's why I also wanted to showcase Sacred 2. Sacred 2, same story, and then Sacred 3 was exactly like DungeonSiege 3. It was kind of like a curse. That it was also like a console, like a... I talked about this during the integral history of PC game genres. It's a variation of the isometric action RPG genre that most people ignored during the 6th generation, which, thanks to the popularity of the PlayStation 2, a lot of games, a lot of isometric action RPG games were designed like this. Kind of like similar to Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. Kind of like without point and click mechanics, because of course we couldn't use a mouse and a keyboard with the PS2, and pretty much it created the PS2 and the original Xbox, because Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance was also released for the original Xbox. Nice try. Damn it, she left me no openings. Damn it. But yeah, pretty much everyone hated either what you just said, the fact that it wasn't like DungeonSiege 1 and 2 at all, or the fact that the control, and the ones that actually argued something actually negative about the game, were the controls. The controls with the joystick are... I don't know if anyone ever tried playing with the mouse and keyboard, but definitely the game was designed to be played with a joystick, pretty much. So between the fact that this was released pretty close to Diablo 3, the controls played on PC only, but could you play it with the mouse and keyboard, or you had to use an Xbox 360 controller? I mean, you could play it with a mouse and keyboard, but yeah, almost always. Yeah. With an Xbox 360 controller, because otherwise it's unplayable. With mouse and keyboard, they kind of like made it extremely clear that the main version in mind was consoles, or were the consoles, and that pissed off a lot of people. That certainly pissed off a lot of people, I remember. And yeah, it was kind of like the perfect shitstorm for this game. It was kind of like destined to fail. And it's sad, because the gameplay mechanics are solid. The graphical presentation is extremely polished, and it's sad because Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1 and 2 are fondly remembered by most of the community. We can all agree that Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1 and 2 are pretty much cult classics of the PS2 and the original Xbox, and also the GameCube. I think the first one released on the GameCube, could it be? I think so. Then the second one, I think it was exclusive to the PS2, I believe. Yeah. And yeah, it's sad that alright, now we need to recover mana. It's sad because it's pretty much the same gameplay. Only difference is that this one had a huge history behind. Had a huge history of the DungeonSiege franchise. So yeah, pretty much. But damn it. There we go. Nice. So when your companion is already dead after you... Alright, I see the pattern. I see the reasoning. If your companion is already dead when you cast the decoy, I think it automatically tries to revive her. Let's see, let's test it. This one... No, this time it didn't try to do it. Almost there. You have to even time the revives. Alright, I just need to focus on timing. Timing is the key. How about we fight on the circle where, you know, she takes damage? Here we go. Ah. Yeah, the thing is that you are pretty much killed in like that. God damn it. God damn it. A one-hit kill. God damn it. They are all one-hit kills. They are all one-hit kills on hardcore. I remember that Jane Cassinder was like this, but this one I certainly didn't remember this also. This is a total man. Yeah, I never played it on hardcore. Ah, and you also had issues with this one, not on hardcore. Then it's the mechanics of the boss fight. Yeah, I played it on hardcore with a warrior. I remember a pretty similar experience to this, but especially with the final boss. Especially with Jane Cassinder, the final boss. It was suicidal because if you play with the warrior, you might think that the warrior is a bit more resistant, but on hardcore it doesn't matter. But not only that, you have no range. So yeah, that's why I decided to use the mage this time, because I remember that with the warrior... Hey, didn't I put on the title that this was hardcore? No, I didn't, I forgot. True. I placed it on the YouTube. There are builds on how to make the warrior a Chad. Yeah, but you have no range. I mean, you have no range, and pretty much you have to rely on... You have to kind of like charge to get through enemies in order to avoid. Because the longsword is extremely slow, just like my attacks here. But with these ones at least I have range. And you pretty much rely on a charge mechanic that consumes a lot of mana to dodge enemies. And it's not... it's pretty much way too weak. Kind of like, not weak. It's as squishy as the rest of the classes. Or well, I don't know. At least when I played it, it was hell, pretty similar to this, even worse. There's only one positive thing about the warrior, if I remember correctly, which is the fact that you can use the other stance, the fast stance, comfortably. Kind of like with the mage here, there's no point in using it, because you have to engage in melee, and I have no incentive to do it. There's no reason to do that. But with the warrior, it's true, your attacks are faster. That's the only advantage I can think of, sadly. He looks cool, I guess, with all of that hair. He has kind of like that crazy hair. And a pretty nice armor. The armors are the best, they look fantastic. But I remember that on hardcore, with the warrior, I finished the game, but it took me months. That's not the idea here. I don't know. At least I'll try for it not to be the idea. But besides, well, yeah, coming to think of it, I also didn't do any side quests, and pretty much I was under leveled back then. I honestly don't know how I could finish the game like that. I remember that there was another boss, the swamp guy. That was also... That one was even worse with the warrior. The swamp guy. I remember that I almost quit the game when I faced the swamp guy. Which I think is the next big boss. But I remember that it was extremely unbalanced because of the fact that I was a melee class, that I was playing a melee class. Please generate some aggro so I can... Yeah, that's the thing. Your companions don't generate any aggro. Okay, I think I was lucky and I leveled up. Or what? Or did I just toggle start? Yeah, I just toggled start. I don't know what happened there, because I think I didn't press that well. Yeah, you can dodge forward, but the problem is that if she uses a melee attack, you're pretty much dead. Also, her life, her HP bar is pretty insane. Considering it's just part 2. It's just part 1 and I am barely able to reach part 2. That's a problem. See what I mean with the controls? Why is this circle over here? There you go. Nope. Here. Yeah, I deal a lot of damage, but... That? No, we know that. Never really liked any of the other players' mechanics. Yeah, pretty much. You said you played with the Archon, right? With Anjali. I need to try her eventually. So far. Yeah, maybe... Yep, with the Archon, with Anjali. I've already tried the warrior, beat the game with her. Yeah... She has kind of like both melee and range attacks. That's the advantage, probably. But yeah, pretty much. It's kind of like a middle ground between... I assume it's a middle ground between this one, the mage, and the warrior. Oh boy. Anyways, I think no class can escape this level of OP. It's pretty much unavoidable regardless of the class. God damn it, that killed me even if I dodged it twice. Okay, damn it. Yeah, pretty much. I beat the game with her, not on highest difficulty though. Don't have that achievement. Ah, yeah, because the Steam, yeah, right, it has the achievement. From what I recall, there were spaces in the room I had to stand. Yeah, pretty much. But the other attack, the multiple missile attack, is unavoidable. As far as I can tell, I don't know. I think the weakness is that she takes a bit more of damage in her second form. I think she takes a bit more of damage. Can't remember if it was for dodging or being able to hit her whenever whatever she is. Yeah, but pretty much I think that with the summon, yeah, the problem is that my summon still doesn't taunt. If my summon could taunt, could act like a tank. I don't know what happened there. She hit you for like 480. Yeah, that was pretty much brutal. Yeah, it's a one-hit kill. It's a one-hit kill on hardcore. It's a one-hit kill. It's a one-hit kill, pretty much. And consider this, Scarlet, that I'm doing well too. Yeah, two-hit kill, I don't know. Depends on the attack. I think the melee attack kills me in one blow. I don't know. The area of effect attack on the second form, well, she's in second form, definitely kill me in one blow. This one is probably, yeah, two. It's like playing Dark Souls, isometric, with an isometric camera, and worse controls. So I guess it's definitely tougher. No, the idea is to... My idea, at least, is to use summons, so I can comfortably do this. But even like that, hey, I could try avoid reviving Anjali. At least most of the time. Because thinking a bit, I think most of my deaths have been caused by trying to revive her. So only when I'm extremely sure, I'll actually revive her. And I need to ensure I always have that decoy up. Let's see. Yeah, they don't generate any aggro. In that sense, the artificial intelligence of the game is 309 and 219. 219 there. Yeah, I should avoid... Because anyways, I heal through the damage, thanks to the vampiric quality. I like games with smart bosses. Yeah, same here. Same here. The other day, this one is extremely obscure. I haven't told anyone this yet. The other day, I discovered that on the Nintendo DS, for example, I know that we are both probably more of PC players, but on the Nintendo DS, there's a port of MapleStory. Had endgame boss in game 1 where she would cast all elements first to see what one does the most damage to party. Jane Cassinder, then repeat it over and over. Had endgame boss in one game where she would... This very same boss or Jane Cassinder? And solo target the healer. Yeah. Yeah. They're pretty smart because she's targeting me even with 2 summons and the companion. But the thing is, there's this. I actually have a fix for that. There's actually a fix because where is it? Here. I have this one. This one is kind of like the decoy that I'm using. But as you can see there, until I don't feel the mastery bar, I don't have the empowered quality, which is that the decoy, it's actually a tank. It lures all enemies around, forcing them to attack it. This decoy doesn't force her to attack it, even if Reinhardt is closer. Hey, that's the Q. It attacks the one that's closer, I think. Huh? Even if Reinhardt is closer. That's the thing. But also, I don't know if you've noticed, but this decoy should stun her, and she's not being stunned. So she's also immune to stuns, to staggering. So yeah, she's also immune to staggering, to stuns. Bosses are all immune to stun, if I recall. All the bosses are immune to stun, regardless of the difficulty. Damn it, then staggering is useless. My bad. Then staggering is completely useless. Only for mobs. Damn it. Yeah, it's not a good matchup. Yeah, but stun is still really stun for all but act bosses. Strong. Yeah, it's a strong... Yeah. For all of the mobs, you mean. Yeah. Yeah. Without a doubt. So I can heal by dealing damage. So the idea is to heal through damage. And kind of like dampen the attacks. If she one hit kills me, there's nothing I can do but well. Let's see if I try the like. Yeah, she's immune to stuns. She's also immune to stuns. I wasn't expecting this. Definitely, as you can see, because Lord Gunderic was extremely easy last time. It's kind of like a huge difficulty. I was going to say spike, but this is not only spike. This is kind of like a huge gap, kind of like a gap of a whole mountain of gap in terms of difficulty. It's a steep. Alright, I need to pay attention. Besides the special effects on Ultra make it so. Yeah, if you preemptively dodge, you're also in trouble, because then you cannot keep dodging. Boy. Did I revive her? No. Oh boy. Wait. That's it. You cannot target me after that, right? Yeah. Here we go. That attack I have difficulties dodging it. Yeah, you have to basically dodge all the time. Alright, let's focus. She does one more attack. God damn it, I was meant to change stances. Wait. Nope. Change stance. Spear. Alright. Yeah, it's more about reading rather than attacking. No. That was unavoidable. Great. Yeah, largely AoE on single target boss. Great for mobs, but makes act bosses harder. Yeah. What's funny is only 24% of players of this game have beaten this boss and have the achievement. Is this a joke? No, I did it back in the day, on the PS3. You mean on PC, probably. 24%? Yeah, but no one played the game. No one played the game. I mean, not one. You played it, I played it, but kind of like if a small portion of the player base played it. Of Steam, at least. At least on Steam. Yeah. I played on the PS3 and I remember beating it. No, it cannot be that hard. I mean, it's not that hard. I don't want to be. DungeonSiege 2 and 1 back in the day, I had on like 8 disc set. They had so many discs. I remember the first one had 4. 4 CDs, not DVDs. CD days. Yeah, CDs. Yeah. The DungeonSiege 1 was 4 CDs. The second one, I don't remember. I got it digitally at that point. Yeah. I remember the first one was 4 CDs. It was 4 CDs. And the second one I never got to see. I never got to see how many. The first one was amazing. Also as well. And this game kind of like, if you explore the lore, it kind of like tells you that they are all descendants of the playable characters of the first game. So in terms of the lore, it's also pretty polished. So only 24% of the player base. I said 24 last time, not 14. 24% of the player base beat this one. I wasn't expecting that. No, but it cannot be that bad. I mean, it's because of the small portion of players. It's not that bad. I mean, I was playing Bloodsports TV last week, the previous game that I was streaming, and Master League and the Apocalyptics that we still need to explore. They are much tougher. I mean, it cannot be. It can't be that this boss is that impossible. I mean... It's definitely a spike in difficulty, but... But it cannot be. I mean, the mechanics aren't... They are fast, but... I remember Jane Cassinder. Second one had like 8 CDs. Yeah, imagine, because it's double the... They should have used DVDs. You are comparing her to Dark Souls at the moment, by the way. You are comparing her to Dark Souls. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So yeah, hard. No, but no. It, it, it has to be worse. I've seen worse mechanics, without a doubt. It cannot be that it's because Dark Souls. I don't like Dark Souls, not because of the difficulty, because of how slow the combat is. Kind of like there are much tougher games, without a doubt, like Battletoads. Even I always cite the example of Forza Horizon. If you can beat Forza Horizon 1, I played lots of games back in the day that were janked or just near impossible. The one for me, it's believe it or not, it will sound stupid, but Forza Horizon 1, I don't know if I commented it to you. I think I commented it to Dima to another viewer when I was playing London 2038. Forza Horizon 1. Some were pretty fun, but punishing. Yeah, pretty much it was a different philosophy. There was kind of like an evolution in terms of the philosophy. Kind of like the fourth had one that once you ran out of town, you had a 1 in 3 chance of surviving the first fight. The most brutal one that I've seen is the most unbalanced and broken ones. I would say it's a tie between the opening level in Halo 2 that was completely unbalanced on Legendary, Halo 2 on Legendary, and Forza Horizon 1. And you needed to go back and heal and make the same roll again. Because if there were, the previous message, 2 or 3 mobs, you die. If it was just 1, you got to live. Oh, yeah, pretty much they spawn. You don't happen to remember the name of the game, right? You don't happen to remember the name of that game. 1 in 3 mobs... Daggerfall? Maybe? Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall? No, I don't think so. Could it be? I don't know. Yeah, so far in terms of brutality, I would say, in my experience, Halo 2, without a doubt, on Legendary, Halo 2, because of the hitboxes of the snipers and the first level, and Forza Horizon 1. Forza Horizon 1, it has huge balance difficulties. Ironically, both of them from Microsoft. Yeah, I heal more by doing that than... Decoy. I'm not gonna reroll after 2 days of analysis just because of a cursed boss like this one. After you leveled, you could survive 2 moves. This one. And you need to go back and heal. After you leveled, So you leave that zone. You could survive 2 mobs, but not 3 till next level up. Hey, now you are now intriguing me. You don't happen to remember what game it is. You don't happen to remember it because now you are intriguing me. Now I'm intrigued. Kind of like you had to re-roll. 2 mobs you die. It was just say you got to live. Yeah, now I'm intrigued. Now I'm intrigued. What game are you talking about, Scarlet? But well, I think I have enough with this one for now. But no, yeah, I'm truly intrigued because the mechanic that you are describing is kind of like pretty old school. Yeah, if you continuously dodge, you are also... There's also the risk of... So we have several issues. First one is that I cannot read her movements. They are difficult to read because of the several graphical effects that the game has. Second, you have to perfectly dodge. Come on, Anjali. Use a summon. Use something. I'll preemptively do this. And yeah, if I cast that ability, I cannot dodge. There we go. Yeah, I'm beginning to see the problem. I cannot read her movements because I cannot see a thing because of all of the graphical effects. Playing on Ultra makes it even harder. Let's ensure we don't lose the decoy. No. Come on. You will not fail your lady. Damn it, she killed her. Yeah, that's right. Do the transition. Let me revive. What the? I couldn't revive her in the middle of the transition. What the? You have to be kidding me. You have to keep dodging. All of that is only one dodge. It's kind of like 3 dodges in one. Come on, revive, Anjali, revive. Revive, contra. You have to dodge in the opposite direction. You have no choice. If you dodge in any other direction, you are dead. I think I'm beginning to unlock some memories of my past. I think that I out DPS'd her in the end. The idea is to out DPS her because of how unavoidable most of the attacks are. The decoy is helping. The decoy helps. The decoy definitely helps. Also, I think it doesn't take damage. Come on, I need to recover my mana. Now's a chance. Now's a chance. Now's my chance. Not yet, we are still... Come on, 1, 2, 3... Decoy, dodge, avoid, 1, it didn't target me. Anjali, are you dead? Yeah, you are dead. Good, the decoy. The decoy is definitely helping. Oh yeah, right. Oops, no. Damn it. Decoy, don't fight without decoy. Revive. Potentially dodge. No. Respawn the decoy. Dodge. Good. It's extremely mechanic. That's for sure. He's targeting me. Yeah, you need to perfectly know. Nope. Damn it. Who she's targeting. Come on, come on, come on. If you could revive me, I already have the mechanics. If you could revive me, I already have the mechanics. Wait. Wait, wait. Nice. Come on. We got this. I need to just trigger one ability on her. Move it. Come on. Yes. That was useless. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. When in doubt, trigger decoy. What's happening? After you leveled only like 1400 games, you look through to see if I can find it. The other game. Only like 1400 games to look through to see if I can find it. Oh well, yeah. No, I know it's a lot of games. No. You don't remember it, but you know that you have it. You know that you have it, but you don't remember it. Yeah, that extra level could have probably helped me, but no, it would have been the same. Reinhardt's mirror decoy. Okay. Finally did it. Oof. Yeah, no doubt. Only 24% of the player base got through this. It's not like Diablo. I think that today I died twice or 3 times. I think I died 3 times to Palefang, to the spider, which was a side boss. And this one is definitely, like you said, the gatekeeper. It's a difficulty spike like few I've seen. Without a doubt. Look at that, we unlocked. See, I was some seconds away from leveling up and I would have gotten these 3. Each time Reinhardt dodges, he inflicts a modest slowing effect on enemies close to where he started to dodge. Reinhardt's agility contributes to his ability DPS by 1% by 10% per rank. Okay. For now, thank you. I'll take this. Confirm. Damn it. Well, this was brutal. I wasn't expecting this. I bet all of you watching this as a YouTube bot, if you are watching this as a YouTube bot, you are probably laughing at my suffering right now. Yeah, don't worry, I will kind of like highlight the successful attempt. I'll highlight the successful attempt so you don't have to. You don't have to go through this. Yeah, Scarlet. Yeah, I've managed to beat it. Yeah, with the decoy, I think the mage is a pretty powerful class. I don't know if you tried it, but yes, it's definitely powerful. Kind of like the decoy is pretty powerful, and if I can get the mastery, it will be a 100% a tank. If I get a mastery of the decoy, the rest of the game will be a walk in the park. Because the decoy, if it could tank this one without kind of like having inherent aggro, Um, if I add aggro on top of it, it will be kind of like having your personal tank. So the game does feature. This is another huge difference in Diablo 3. Kind of like I remember that, and also in Diablo 2, your companions kind of like don't act like tanks, but in this game they do. The Jackal was pretty powerful. It proved to be useful, so it's always good. Confirm. And in terms of for Anjali and Fury State, after defeating opponents, this is useless for boss fights. Yeah, this also reminds me of Baldur's Gate, not Dark Alliance, but the original one, in which stuns are useless against bosses. Whenever Anjali is healed, she heals an additional 4 immediately. God damn it. God damn it, you gave me a hard time, girl. You gave me a hard time, girl. Definitely a hard time. Are we trapped? Yeah, we're trapped. Besides that nasty move that you are trapped right before this boss fight, hey, we still haven't saved. So I need to be careful because we still haven't saved. Yeah, as I was telling. Hey, here we have some. The Kingdom of Ebb is home to a wide variety of monstrous spiders, like Palefang, the one that I died several times some hours ago. For this, most scholars blame the evil Sek, the first villain of the villain of the first game, the last boss of the first game, who tried to seize control of this land before the founding of our kingdom. So probably in the second game is the founding of the kingdom. I need to play the second game. Perhaps I could play it on stream. The problem is that it's difficult to capture because of the resolution incompatibilities. Because I managed to hex edit. You have to hex edit the game. I managed to make it run at 1440p, but I don't know how Streamlabs will capture it. But I remember that I got to interact with that gate. No. Let's save. Let's save. Let's save before I regret not doing it. Both of them, yes. I think we are pretty much. I am pretty happy with the decoy, so we'll be able to. I think we'll be able to push through with this build. As soon as I have the tank, as soon as that I can turn that decoy into a tank, I am sure it'll be a huge difference. So yeah. At least I'm curious about the treasures of the sun. As I've said, the extra treasures of the sun levels, because they have kind of like their own bosses and everything. It took me several tries. How many times it took me? At least 44 minutes. Levers. Lever 1, lever 2. There's nothing in here. There's a book in here. Uniquely among human cultures, Bersk's tradition insists that humanity can trace descent from the beasts of old. In those days, say the tales, there were no bears, no wolves, no lions, only a vast family of beasts who could change their forms at will, according to these legends. Probably he's probably referring to the Archons. The creator gods decided to appoint senescals amongst the beasts to enforce their will. These were the first Dakkenweyr. Okay. And this is pretty much it. I think I didn't miss any loot. La la la, nothing here. Remember, we are doing a 100% completion. Ah, right, another level. So I want to explore every inch of the terrain.
Thank you. I heard the commotion
Oof.
upstairs. That woman, she's not dead?
Ah, she's not dead. Um, Any other prisoners? What a stupid question. We could see that the cells were empty.
With Lascanzi walking the streets? No need. My people fear the witchmen. They're the villains of every bedtime story. And most of those stories are true. You're Lazar Basili, the boyar of the town?
Evidently.
Boyar is an old and stuffy title. Lazar is fine.
Well, yeah.
Rajani is beaten, but she isn't dead.
She's not dead, people hear that.
Remedy that. How dare she march an army into Raven's Rill and murder good sons of the Legion? I'll see her hang.
Yeah, I agree.
We should get back upstairs.
44 minutes of my life
Before Rajani wakes.
are not as worthless as to not see her hanged. But well, maybe that has consequences, we'll see. Talk to Rajani. Oh my god, we have to talk to her now. Alright, this is pretty much the ending. We'll complete the ending of this chapter. We'll complete the ending of this chapter, so we kind of like close it. Because we've already pretty much defeated the boss. I think we'll have a cinematic, and that's it for today, because I wasn't expecting this level of brutality.
They're fleeing into the woods in total disarray.
What about Rajani? You saw how she fights. She calls fire at will, and her eyes, they're like mine.
Yeah, pretty beautiful eyes.
Who are you, girl? You look like someone I knew. You speak with her voice. But that woman is dead and gone.
The lore of the game and the world building is also amazing. Kind of like all of the races, how the game connects the first game of the series and the second one is pretty well executed. It's such a pity that such few people we played it. She's a legionnaire.
Anjali is one of us. A child of the Legion, like me.
My friend speaks the truth, Rajani.
Influence game.
Whoever you think I
Yes.
am, you're wrong. Or perhaps you're a false prophet meant to lead me astray. If you fight for the Legion, you're an enemy. Nothing more.
I definitely need to play the second game. Who sent you? It's a pretty evident question.
The Legion's done nothing to you.
My lady has told me of the Legion's crimes. She defeated you once, and she'll defeat you again.
Jane Cassinda, the old enemy. 30 years on and she's still hunting the Legion.
And why should she not? You're traitors, kingslayers, murderers.
Murderers? Who did the Legion murder?
Kingslayers? Murderers? What does she mean?
Lies. Stories that the old king was murdered by the Legion. That's how Jane Cassinda turned the people against us. She claimed that the Legion betrayed its oath, tried to seize power for itself.
They're not lies. My lady spoke the truth. But believe what you want.
Who are you?
We don't even know who you are. She's an Archon. I know it sounds mad, but look at her. Just like the stories. Only she's real.
You don't say. Archon.
Stories say about Archons. They were divine messengers, heralds of the old creator gods. You see their pictures in books. Statues of them are supposed to bring luck.
What do we do with her?
To decide what to do with her. Suggestions? She attacked a defenseless town, murdered your friends at the estate. Why are we discussing this? Kill her and let justice be done.
Wait. Listen to her words. She's misguided, confused. She fears us. Killing her wouldn't be justice.
She fears us?
She's yielded. What if we set her free? Show Jane Cassinda that the Legion still has honor.
Look at that. She fears us, and I had to spend 50 minutes deducing how to beat this boss. The game's literally trolling the player right now. What if we set her free, show Jane Cassinda that the Legion still has honor? He does have a point. He does have a point. That fear is more effective than Annihilation. But we could further question her, I guess. I don't know. Imprison? Is that an option?
Put her in a cell. She'll live, but she won't threaten us anymore.
No. You saw what she can do. When she recovers, she'll blast her way out.
Indeed. She's done enough damage to this town already. I won't confine her here.
Nice way to to confine the player. I'm terrible at these decisions, I must say. I'm terrible at this. I'm terrible at these decisions. I spend way too much time, I must admit it. That's why when I play Mass Effect, I have to spend a lot of time. No, I want to. If I kill her, maybe we'll lose some dialogue options in terms of the content. Then, and since I want to do a 100% completion, I want to see what role she plays in the future. I don't know. I'm trying to showcase as much content as I can for this stream, since we're doing a 100% completion. So let her carry it.
The Legion remembers what she did. She will answer for every life she took.
You're mad to let me go, but I'll bring your words to my lady, exactly as you spoke them.
Your extra content.
I agree with the armored wench. You are mad, both of you, stark and raving.
No. We planted a seed. Now we wait and see how it grows.
Alright, Martin.
We should return to the chapter house.
You are the oldest one of the Legion.
Unless you still have business here.
Except for Odo, so I guess age still has a rank in my mindset. So yeah, our business here is done, definitely.
Against the might of the 10th Legion, even the Archon Rajani could not stand. Jane Cassinder's lieutenant was vanquished. Her mercenaries' hold on the Lucanvol broken. In times past, the Legion's judgment was merciful and fair, and you chose to spare her life. Who can say how an unexpected mercy might change an enemy's heart? As the folk of the Rill said about rebuilding, we prepared for our next move. Our old enemy was stronger than she had ever been, and she still plotted our demise. The Lucanvol chapter house would not be our sanctuary, but a staging ground for what was to come.
Perfect. I could complete the chapter today.
Mournweald tells me that Jane
Good.
Cassinder was behind this. She acted fast. That means she's afraid.
Rajani was full of lies about the Legion. We set her free as a sign of goodwill. If we can make Jane see that she's wrong.
You're an idealist, Martin. Don't assume our enemies have honor. Least of all, Jane Cassinder.
We need more
Our
Legionnaires.
numbers are too few. Can we find more men and women of Legion blood? Might be a few left. Not enough to build an army.
Yeah, it would also help me if I
If we
got.
spread the word that the Legion has returned, we can rally Jane's enemies against her. We should start by reclaiming the Grand Chapter House.
No. Alright, that's why I've been unable to access the DLC so far. I need to get to the Grand Chapter House. Okay. Okay, so once we get there and we reclaim it, we'll be able to access the DLC. Perfect. Perfect. The Grand Chapter House, please. Tell me more because
Is different than the others?
there's the Treasures of the Sun
It's
DLC.
bigger, grander. They
Yeah.
built it during our golden age after the heroes destroyed the sect.
Game 2.
That chapter house. Hang our banners out front. People will hear that the Legion's returned.
Stonebridge.
Have you heard any news?
I remember Stonebridge from the first
The
game.
city's still safe as far as we know. They have their mechanical
It's kind of like the capital of the
And
kingdom.
there's no danger of Stonebridge allying with Jane. But you lived most of your life at the college, so you know that better than us. I grew up in Stonebridge, and I'm not sure they'll accept the Legion with open arms. They might not welcome us, but they won't dare drive us out.
Okay.
30 years ago, they betrayed the Legion, and they're still ashamed of what they did. They'll leave us alone, if only to ease their guilt.
Okay.
How do we get to Stonebridge then?
Stonebridge lies to the south and west, on the far side of the swamp. Lazar's people have repaired the bridge, so the road should be open again.
Martin and I will stay here for now. Help below.
We owe them. They've endured a great deal for our sake.
Can I travel by causeway?
We have a causeway gate here. Surely there must be another in Stonebridge.
Yeah, but you have to activate it
There
probably.
is, but it's shut. Baron ordered most of them closed to stop Jane Cassinder from using them against us. A causeway gate can only be opened from the outside, and only by a privileged few.
Why send me? We could all go together.
The Radiant Youth chose you for a reason. You're meant to lead us, not Martin, not me.
As I've said.
All right. I'll head south for Stone.
Jane Cassinder controls most of the land between here and Stonebridge. Her soldiers wear the raiment of the Azranite Church. Avoid them if you can.
Once you're inside the chapter house, look for the causeway gate. Open it, and you can bring the rest of us through.
Yes, like the old days of the Legion.
All our hope.
Okay, perfect. Let's save before we lose all of this. And well, we got an important piece of information. That we will be able to access the Treasures of the Sun DLC once we reach Stonebridge and recover and reclaim the chapter house. So, we need to do it immediately because remember what I said in the first part of the series. If you miss the Treasures of the Sun DLC, once you reach Stonebridge, then it's difficult to access it. For not saying impossible. It's impossible to access it. So we need to keep an eye out and pretty much ensure that we access the Treasures of the Sun DLC in the next stream, people. This is all for today. This is it for today. We fought today. It was like kind of like boss fest day because we faced 5 different bosses. 5 different bosses. Palefang, this boss that we just realized that Rajani was kind of like, according to what you said, Scarlet, it only 24% of players got through it, even, and also on top of that, hardcore difficulty. So it was brutal. It was brutal. I wasn't expecting this. Yes, because before you arrived, I was getting killed by a Sidequest boss called Palefang, and in the first, it's funny because in the first stream, I only fought kind of like 2 or 3 bosses, but they were pretty weak. In the second stream, only 2 bosses of the same side quest. They belong to the same side quest, and today it was kind of like, this is your initiation. Get that bat, for not saying another thing because YouTube is gonna censor my walkthrough. Get that bat ready because you are about to face punishment on a whole other level. Definitely a difficulty spike. One of the most brutal I've seen in the 7th generation. But as I said, agility block. This one, we need to equip that one. This one, that one is much better. So yeah, it was kind of like instant. In this, how much time has it been? Exactly 4 hours. In 4 hours, I had to deal with 5 bosses. 5 bosses, and they were all pretty tough. Pretty tough. The second one maybe not that bad, but this one removes agility. We'll leave this one ready for next time. And pretty much, yes, today was boss fest torture. Pretty much. Scarlet, as I always say, thanks from the bottom of my heart for every stream that you visit me and you visit all of these forgotten games. I am happy to see that someone else played it back in the day, even if it was so beleaguered in terms of the reviews. in terms of the change of the controls and everything. This game has a pretty long history of being extremely hated by the community. So yeah, pretty much. As I always say, thanks from the bottom of my heart, always, uh, to all of the followers of the Twitch channel, especially Scarlett. Thanks for visiting again. Thanks to all of the subscribers of the YouTube channel. One message for all of you that I didn't do at the beginning of the stream. I will upload Master League 3 of Blood Sports TV offline because it's way too difficult to do on stream. That one is truly brutal beyond measure. And then I will upload Master League 3, which is the last level of kind of like the normal game, which pretty much over at Steam, precisely, I read at the forums that you are not meant to reach that playing solo. And then we will stream the Apocalyptics. We'll stream the Apocalyptics. So we'll do that. I'll record Master League 3, which is kind of like the final normal level of Blood Sports TV, offline. I'll upload it to YouTube, and then we will stream the Apocalyptics. Apocalyptics 1, 2, 3, and 5, mixed with Dungeon Siege 3, of course, because we still need to progress. But so far, we'll stop here now that we've beaten this pretty brutal boss, this succession of bosses, because Palefang was also pretty powerful, and we'll then stream the Apocalyptics. We'll stream the Apocalyptics and see if we can beat it solo. If we can beat the Apocalyptics solo. It's not meant to be played like that, because you are meant to have a group by then, but since the servers are all dead, it'll be an interesting experience to see if we can beat the Apocalyptics solo. It'll be unique, because certainly it's meant to be played in a group. Just like, remember when I uploaded Chromorax the Invincible? For those of you who watched it, you'll know when I beat Chromorax the Invincible, kind of like the secret final boss of Borderlands 1. Pretty similar experience. It's meant to be played in a group. So yeah, the Apocalyptics will be streamed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been my pleasure sharing this beautiful afternoon of Dungeon Siege with all of you. Scarlett, once again, if you are still there, thanks from the bottom of my heart. Thanks for visiting, and I hope you enjoyed, well, my my continuous suffering with that last boss. But well, oh well. Bye bye. Have a great week. I'm glad also that you told me that you recovered from that loss of memory. So yeah, I'm also practicing my programming. I'm getting better. I'm getting better at that. I'm getting better at that. I could build kind of like a Netflix clone, because I remember you told me that you were a QA engineer. I could do kind of like a basic Netflix clone. I'm practicing. Practicing is tougher than any game, that's for sure. First I thought that JavaScript was hard, but then CSS also has its own fair share of complexity. That's for sure. Oh well. Bye bye, everyone, and have a great week. See you all next time. Have a great week. Bye bye, Scarlett. Have a great week. You as well. All right.